Testing, testing. Make sure that the mic is on. All right, it's all good. How y'all doing? How are you guys doing? How are you doing? Let me go through the whole copyright disclaimer because I may be sharing some audio or footage and I don't want any copyright issues. So let's get this out of the way. Fair use, FBI warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 U.S.C. 107. Copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. How are you guys doing today? How are y'all doing today? Excuse me. Now, you're going to hear more than likely, because I got family here. So you may hear kids and my cat and people in the background. They're all in the living room playing and stuff. So, yeah. How you doing, Penizoid? What you saying? I'm assuming you're talking about. That's no surprise. You're saying she, as an Yvette Carnell, agreed with Thomas Sowell that much of the Black culture supposedly derived from redneck culture on her personal Facebook page. Yeah. Is there some truth to that? Yeah, how you doing, by the way, Penizoid? Thank you for joining. It's really something to think about. And while I'm at it, let me please check this out. Check out before I go into it. And I also want to go further on this, elaborating on this. Truth Unedited, my brother Truth Unedited. Please support him. Subscribe to his channel, Truth Unedited, one word. Subscribe to his channel. I shared a link to this video on my community tab. All right. He's got a new set of videos. We were not always like this. It's like, I think it's part of a series. He may have made it into a playlist. What is Black culture? But please, I would love if you just checked out his channel. Okay. And it's now he's a brother who know that, who we are as Yasharel, although he is not on any pro-Black tip. To understand, yeah, and totally understandable. He's helped me to come to an understanding on certain things. Yeah, and I really want y'all to check out his more recent video. Of course, I'd like for you to check out all his videos, like his History of Religion series. Yeah, that's what first got me hooked on his channel some years ago. And his what is quote unquote Black culture series. Please check it out, okay? And I want to how you doing, Warriors are the best. I also want to just take a look, just elaborate some more on what he's saying, because and I'm gonna have to talk about that whole the belief of I'm not saying that he's saying that, but this whole idea of Black women being influenced by feminists. And I'm not saying that we weren't. I'm not saying that, or Black women in general, American Black women or Black women of the Western world, period, were not to some degree influenced by white feminists or the feminist agenda movement, more specifically of the late 60s and more so into the 70s. Okay. However, this whole idea of Black women being, in general, part of this coalition with white feminists, that's a myth. And even talk about, welfare and how the effect on that. I just want to elaborate more on what he's talking about with that, coming from in support of Black women and Black people. And I'm kind of thinking about doing a series like Manosphere Myths. And perhaps I'll follow that up with divester myths in regards to Black men, and manosphere myths in regards to Black women that have become popular and spread through like what I believe is misinformation that has been spread through social media, like this idea of Black women in general forming this coalition with white women and in the late 60s and 70s, and dumping black men for welfare. And yeah, and then I also want to address also misinformation in regards to black men, this idea of black men never building anything, quote unquote, black men in what is now the United States never building anything, never establishing anything, never contributing to civilization or community, more specifically in the United States or in the Western world. I also want to go against those myths as well. So hopefully I can get around to that, because really I'm about, of course, I'm going to be more likely to speak on behalf of, I'm better able to speak, or at least try to speak on behalf of black women, being that I am a black woman, just as a black man would be better able to speak on behalf of black men when it comes to certain things. So of course it's going to always seem as if there's going to be a bias or a lean, but understand I am about all quote unquote black people. I'm about Yashrel and not just those within the United States. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I just, with me, it has always been about, it's not about, oh, just trying to counter someone or prove you wrong, or bad. Definitely not about bashing. It's just about, I just want to expose what I believe is misinformation, okay, and give you more information that can be supported as quote unquote factual. But we know that what is claimed, oh yeah, how you doing, Azure TV? Black by popular demand, how you doing? Yeah, what's claimed to be facts is not always the truth, okay? All right, like we know, as we say, it was a fact when I was a kid, over 40 years ago, was a fact that Pluto was a planet, whereas that's not a fact today. So that's not necessarily the truth. Okay. But, just trying to provide information, at least factual information, to support what it is that I believe, and exposing what I believe or know to be as misinformation. Okay. And that's all that I've been about. That's all that I've been trying to do. How you doing, Silky Slim? Glad you're with us. Um, yeah, saying, well, I'm talking about feminists in the context of how we know feminists. When you got to look at who are those who are most influential behind the feminist agenda. There's nothing wrong with being feminine. There's nothing wrong with femininity. There's nothing wrong with women fighting for fair rights. Now, the idea of equal rights, for one, I know you may disagree with me, but I don't see us as equal. Men and women is equal. I know that sounds. It was black man actually who even challenged me on that. They're like, why wouldn't you? And I'm like, but that's a different debate. But I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Silky Slim, let me highlight what it is that you're saying. Saying feminist is a bad thing is the same as white folks mad because we want to be free. Civil rights was supposed to be for us too. Yeah, it's just that when you consider those, like, I do believe that there were those like women and just like those who became a part of the civil rights activism, who really had sincere intentions. But when a lot of times when these things become a more mainstream movement, just like with Black Lives Matter, now when I hear, I can't support what is or what had become Black Lives Matter, the George Soros funded Black Lives Matter, and what it is linked with, and what is and who are the people in the forefront. You understand what I'm saying? Who are questionable. But I get what you're saying. I totally, and thank you for understanding what I'm saying. Yeah, there's nothing. Why would I be against women, especially when I consider that there was a time where women in the workplace, they were being had to deal with, their employers making sexual advances, so why would I, as a woman who myself had to work, at one time, even being a single mom, why on earth would I be against women advocating on behalf of women being unfairly treated or oppressed? You understand what I'm saying? However, I do have my beliefs that are definitely inspired by the scriptures. I do believe that we each play a role and we do have a place, and that does not necessarily like when I hear when the Bible says, women submit to your husbands. I don't see that as I understand what's meant by that. Do you understand what I'm saying? A lot of people they are offended by and I used to raise a brow to that back in my much younger years as well. Those scriptures but I have a better understanding now. Okay, I have a better understanding of the scriptures and why it says this, Angela Davis, yeah, she's a very questionable one, just like Eldridge Cleaver. They are two questionable people. Now, there are some people I believe maybe they were used and didn't realize they were being used. There are some people I believe are plants agents and they didn't even know that they were being used by the wicked powers that be. Maybe that's the case with some of them. Angela Davis and Eldridge Cleaver, however, I don't know. Angela Davis was, supportive of Jim Jones. But you know what? In all fairness, we could say, I'm sure she didn't know what was going to happen at Jonestown. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned Angela Davis because, I'm kind of seeing, that little bit with Yvette Carnell because, yeah. And you know what? I'm not even trying to personally, when it comes, that personal lifestyle. But we do got to consider these things, though. We got to consider these things. I'm gonna have to look into that. Yeah, I know that she's, like kind of pretty much been out the closet, but yeah, she got a whole wife now. Wow, how you doing, Adam Guidry? But yeah, I'm not gonna, of course there are things that they've said and done that I agree with. Yeah, of course. Of course, there's things that Eldridge Cleaver said and done that I agree with or I could approve of. That's with just about everybody. Tariq, Nasheed, Yvette Carnell. Yeah, at one time I was listening to all these people because that's the thing. Of course, they got to first have you nodding your head. I'm sure that Jim Jones initially had a lot of black. Oh, we're gonna have to talk about that. But hopefully, this is my last time really addressing. I know I may have said this before, but I don't really want to address FBA and Tariq Nasheed any further. I really don't, to be honest. I think what triggered me back this time was the whole thing with Godfrey. I like Godfrey. I don't agree with Godfrey on everything, but I like him. I think this is that kind of got me triggered and got me back talking on this. Yeah. And then this recently with Tariq Nasheed and co-signing Megyn Kelly about the Haitians. I like, because I really wanted to leave it alone. One more thing though, I do want to address O'Shea Duke Jackson. I want to address him one more time. Yeah, cover that Godfrey. I dig Godfrey. I do. I don't agree with him on everything, of course not. But I dig him overall. I think he's a cool person. And, I got my theories too on why they may be coming at him also, considering how he's been going at Vlad TV. And Vlad TV is one of those. Yeah. But I have my little theories on that. It's interesting. I noticed, Corey Holcomb back talking with Vlad TV. These people, I tell you. But anyways, what? You got to be kidding me. You got to be. Don't scare me like that. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. You gonna have to show me something on that. That don't make no sense. I wouldn't even understand that. They need to, if they need to be in jail. This guy had something that doesn't make sense. That don't make sense at all. Only person that maybe I could, Jim Jones' adopted black son. You notice how his natural born white son, he totally don't want nothing. He's totally disgusted in what his father, whereas his adopted black son, he can't, last I heard, it's like he can't speak against his dad. But in that case, I can try to understand. Other than that, that don't make no sense. That wouldn't make no sense. I don't even want to, in a way, I don't want to see that because that'll make me mad, especially when you learn the details. This was one evil. That was one, he was like just a demon. Even when I watch things on him, if his eyes are showing, like if I watch footage of Jim, I try not to look at, when people are that evil, I try not to even look in their eyes. You know what I'm saying? I know that we don't need to be fearing man and Satan and his demons, but seriously, I avoid looking in the eyes of people like that. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I saw right away with that nature boy. I saw pure wickedness. That's another one. I saw the little documentary, but I remember, you know, when he was becoming popular in social media with the nature boy. And I saw them putting up the little sodomy 666 symbols against their eye and all. Just pure wickedness. Pure wickedness. But yeah, so people don't think that that could happen again. People don't think that could happen again. But let me go into so I don't get too off track. And have y'all up in here for 6 hours. Yesterday, yeah, I'm about to put that one on private because I did want to talk about Georgie Johnson more so than Turkish. You know, I found myself, yeah. I thought it would be a good idea, and also talking about George Ellis Johnson, the founder of AfroSheen, and you know, and all of that, Notrasheen, hair care products and all, Chicago entrepreneurial legend. But I ended up, it didn't turn out the way I wanted because the focus, I had spent too much time talking about FBA, and I should have, as I intended, talking about it totally separate. But I felt, okay, since I got your attention, let me go into this. But it didn't quite work out as I expected. So let me go ahead so I can stay on track. But yeah, once again, let's go to the Foundational Black American site. Yeah, well, yeah, I was alive when that happened. I was like a little baby. Like I was very, very little, like preschool age when that happened. Yeah, I believe, yeah. When the Jonestown massacre happened. But yeah, so going into Foundational Black Americans, once again, at the official FBA.com site that you know was established by Tariq Nasheed, even though he's not putting his name really on it. He's putting his products on it, but not his name. He's got his merchandise on it, but not his name. But as it says here, once again, let's read again, FBA history. And you see this picture here. This picture, it looked like it was, it does look authentic. And I would assume that this picture is from the early days of photography, like late 19th, early 20th century, you know. And like I pointed out, that this is me being a person who, you know, took up fashion design, also got a degree in merchandising management. This is fashion representing what was referred to as the Edwardian. Yeah. Kind of like a little Victorian, but more Edwardian era, like of the like early 20th century style fashion. Why am I pointing that out? Because that is very westernized. Okay. But I have pointed out to y'all that what we see as Western world culture, it may have been more Black influence than we realize when you learn about the history of the Moors in Europe and how people may have actually looked in Europe. Yeah. 300 years ago, like when we consider the quote of Benjamin Franklin. But since we're talking about more, you know, recent centuries, okay, yeah. It is obviously this is white Western world, you know, influenced fashion. All right, and I'm not saying that our people, indigenous quote unquote Black people, did not know. Don't think that we were running around. I'm not necessarily saying that we were before this wearing loincloths and half naked. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just looking at our people very much know about textiles, going back to one of the first natural textiles or fabrics used in Africa, linen. Okay, so our people have been working with textiles and understanding how to weave and sew for centuries. I'm quote unquote Black people. All right. So I'm just saying this fashion style, you know, this, even the way they're wearing their hair, and they look lovely. But this is represents the Edwardian. So yeah, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with these lovely Black couples, the beautiful Black couples that you see here. Okay, let's go on to. But I'm just saying what I'm pointing out is obviously, Now, I mean, you got a question. Do you think that this is the look and style? Of course, it's a different time period, but do you think that this represents indigenous, quote unquote, black people, Negroes that Tariq Nasheed claimed was already in the Americas, or do you think that this style and this way, manner of looking, dressing, wearing your hair, and all of that? Do you think actually it's more of a reflection of assimilation to the, as much as I hate to say it, dominant powers that be? Hey, Miss Cardio Queen. What you say? You don't see? Well, I mean, I'm gonna get around to it. Adam Guidry, y'all, we going. Ooh, I'm gonna have to maybe see. You say what has Yvette done? I don't see her in the same light as Tariq. No, they are two different people, definitely. But I think it's all really a part of the same agenda in the end. And I don't believe that her or Tariq like each other, or, or directly working with each other. But I believe that when it boils down to it, it's going to all go back to some of the same puppet masters. That's just my theory, though. You don't have to believe me, but that's just what I believe. So saying here, FBA history. Foundational Black Americans, FBA, are the proud descendants of Black men and women who endured and survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history, American slavery. These resilient ancestors built the United States from the ground up, laying the foundation for the nation's economic, political, and cultural development. However, the rich history of FBA did not begin in 1916 with the arrival of enslaved Black people in Virginia. It began nearly a century earlier. In 1526, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon brought the first documented enslaved Black people to the shores of what is now the South Carolina and Georgia coastline. Shortly after their arrival, these enslaved Black people courageously revolted against their captors, leading to the collapse of the Spanish settlement. The surviving Spaniards retreated to the Caribbean, leaving behind the liberated Black people. These freed Black people integrated with local Native American societies, marking a pivotal and often overlooked chapter in the lineage and cultural evolution of foundational Black Americans. Okay, and remember, we cannot deny that foundational Black Americans, whether you want to see him as your leader or not, okay, let's keep it real. Tariq Nasheed concocted the term, okay? So you can't put a brand on just saying Black Americans, all right? Being that that's lineage. But, however, if you say foundational Black Americans, you understand it, and making this distinction, because also that's his way of trying to distinguish us from, let's say, someone like Godfrey, who is indeed Black American, born in America, American citizen, and he's in the racial categorization of quote unquote Black/Negro, right? So he is definitely a Black American. But this was, and some people say, well, what's wrong with Tariq Nasheed doing that? But first of all, this has not even been approved by the census. All right. This has not even been approved by the government, the census. Let's say because we got to still give consideration to the law, whether you agree with it or not. Now, if it was up to me, we'd be referred to as Yasharel, but still by law, I am a Black American citizen. All right. Okay, but again, now since that defining moment in 1526, according to what the FBA site says here, the culture and identity of foundational Black Americans, even though they weren't calling themselves foundational Black Americans, but have been deeply rooted in building resilience, resistance, and an unwavering fight for justice. The spirit of perseverance and ingenuity has shaped every aspect of American society, from infrastructure, agriculture, to music, art, and political activism. FBA are an exceptional people whose enduring legacy continues to inspire generations. It is important to clarify that foundational Black Americans, which has been, shortened to an acronym and a hashtag, FBA, is not a group, organization, or movement with a designated leader. Now, why they feel the need to? Why is there a need to stress this? What's the point of even stressing this? Okay. FBA is a lineage-based designation. Okay, well, who came up with this? Did the government? Or is it Tariq Nasheed? I mean, that's the bottom line. Like if I, okay, like for instance, if I, with the golden sphere, if I say, okay, we represent the golden sphere, even though I'm not, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I just confronted that. Let's say if I was a person who decided to say we should call ourselves the golden people or the golden sphere people or whatever, right? I don't know. That's just the first thing came to my head. All right. And I say that represents our lineage or whatever. I mean, don't I have, even if I am no longer leading, and that's not, and yes, Tariq Nasheed, it's not like, oh, unlike what they said with the Caesar Cannon guy with the golden sphere, where they claim is that he concocted the term, but then he just kind of took off and let others run with it. No, Tariq Nasheed is still very, very active in advocating through social media primarily. And I do believe he has a museum, and he does he still do lectures? So he is definitely leading. He concocted the term, and every single day he is speaking supposedly on behalf of FBA. So how the hell is he not? That doesn't make sense. How is he not the leader? He put together the term, made it into a hashtag, even popularized it, and even created merchandise. Even had the foundational Black American name trademarked from the beginning, unlike with African American, which had been referencing ourselves as for decades. Yeah, people eventually used it and trade in products, for products and services using African American as part of their trademark. But we had already, that is something that had already been before then, that already been referencing ourselves, well, not all of us, but many of us, for decades. All right. And eventually that becoming put on on the census, on government forms. Okay. That's not the same with FBA. And from the very jump, from the very beginning, from going back to 2019, Tariq Nasheed put a patent on it. Okay. Like as if this is a product, a brand, a service. Okay. Now, why would you do that? Y'all saying what's wrong with that? But I got to ask, why would you do that though? I'm not mad at him making money, but if you're so serious about stressing that this represents a lineage and not a movement, then why even, well, can you say that it represents a brand? Can we not say that since you claim it's not part of a movement, well, can it be said that it represents a brand? I'm not mad at, make your money. But but just keep it real. What is this really about? Stop saying that it only represents a lineage. It is not it is not considered with the census. Right. Thank you. Hold on. They are stressing that there's no leader, so Tariq can evade accountability. And that's what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking. Because he may be getting ready to move on soon to something else. Just like I felt it was questionable back when he was definitely representing pro-blackness, Melanoid Nation and all that. And I should have took a clue in when he let it be known years ago, back in the days of the Hidden Color series and stuff, that he wasn't pro-black. And I just felt that was odd. And that's at the time when I felt I was very much pro-black. Now with me feeling that now I too have said that, and more recently, in more recent years, that I do believe that we should be referencing ourselves not as Black people, but as Yasharel, as I have become to like a spiritual awakening on certain things. But like I said, this is something about something more spiritual. It's not about me, oh, I can't take this blackness. No, it's not about me rejecting melanin, our beautiful melanin, okay? It's not about that, but in me having better understanding more and more, even into my 50s, things you think I would have figured out years ago. Yeah, I'm having a better understanding of why it is that we were labeled as Black. It's not so much about are melanin, and I know y'all may not agree with me, and I'll just try to explain. Yeah, because I've always felt, and I still feel, I'm still very much black. You know what I'm saying? I can't say that I fully represent Yasharel because I haven't made that dedication, but that's what I know I need to be doing. But I don't want to, until I know that I'm representing. But I am still very much attached to black culture, hip, and all of that. R&B music, funk music, as you can tell. I'm still very much still seeing things in black and white myself. However, I know that I'm gonna, hopefully the time willing, y'all willing, I'm going to have to, and I will say elevate to representing Yah and not just, blackness or melanin, because we are not supposed to be worshiping creation like is in our melanin over the creator. And we do need to consider what we refer to ourselves as. But, I'm going to go into that a little later. But see, what I'm saying is, like, for instance, with myself, if you see me, let's say, flipping or going, because I'm not going to lie, though, years ago, like in YouTube, like 10 years ago or so, when I heard Tariq saying that, yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm pro-black. Heck yeah. I mean, pro just means for a black. That's all. If I'm not pro, then what else could I be than anti? Why would I not be for black if I'm still calling myself black? If I'm so I just felt it odd, even if you're saying you're not a pro-black activist, I just felt it odd why even announce that you're not pro-black. And you're definitely, that you're being perceived as pro-black. You know that you're being perceived as a leader. You know exactly what you're doing. You know that people are perceiving you as a leader. You're not just, you've gone beyond just a so-called, armchair, if that's what you want to see us as, beyond us who are just black people giving black perspective in YouTube. You know this. You know that you have a huge following. Of course, you've had mainstream media help. So it's just like when Charles Barkley, remember years ago, I'm not a role model. Yeah, you are. I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't always choose. That's not something that you can choose. Like deep down, I know I'm a role model up in here. If I were able, even if it's just 10,000 subs, that means nothing. But once upon a time, I did have a considerable amount of people listening to my channel. So even if I don't see myself as any sort of leader, I do know that I'm a role model. It kind of makes it tough for me because sometimes I want to be up in here rapping and acting a fool, but then I know I got to give consideration. Okay, the little rap I did on Eminem, let me put that on private. I was cussing a little too much in there. I can't be, dissing Eminem and cussing and all of that. And then the next day I'm talking about the Bible. So I have to give that consideration. And I know I don't always want to be that. But like I said, when it was somebody who told me years ago, oh, they've been watching my channel since they were 15. And when I had assumed that everybody up in social media was still around my age, because I started social media like in 2002, when I was like one of the younger people. Now to, hear that kind of took me aback. That now a lot of the people who are following my channel may be much younger, like a generation younger than myself. Stop tethering yourself to my dang on channel. Get the hell out of here. If it's Babel, why are you here? That's the thing. Why are you giving attention to Babel? Especially considering my channel ain't even that big. Stop embarrassing my people, the ones you refer to as foundational Black American. Stop embarrassing my people. Stop distracting. Y'all did that with the whole thing with James Smalls in the interview, all in the chat room, just being ignorant. That's embarrassing. You're not going to be spamming my channel, trying to say that you represent Black Americans. No, the hell you don't. Just like I had to tell the Golden Sphere when they had that white woman mask pretending to be. She went from saying she was biracial to saying us light-skinned people. I was like, no, the hell you ain't. Oh, no, the hell you ain't. And they got it mad at me for stepping up and saying that, no, you don't represent me. Because I had the courage to do that. And I didn't just go along with what tickled my ears because they wanted to just hear, They knew. They already knew what was up. They just wanted to hear, black women being talked about, black people, black women, as long as it wasn't them. And then now the same people want to talk about, oh, this attacking of women. Please. It was okay though back then when it was black, more specifically dark-skinned women. It was okay then. It wasn't no issue about genders being attacked and all that stuff. Sorry, emancipation. And, I heard you recently. I'm sorry. I don't want to sit with you talking about, dark-skinned women all day. I'm sorry. I can't talk about experiences that I didn't really have. Sorry. I'm not trying to, those who, if you actually have had that experience, but like I said, there's a lot of fake outrage coming from a lot of people. Right, exact. Thank you. I was ruining their fun. That was the bottom line. They knew it. Because even after, I heard them talking about me recently. Even after, and don't think you got this, I got your moment with the McDonald's. If you're going to tell my story and you keep telling my story, what I was gracious enough to share with everybody on the McDonald's wig thing, don't have me where I have to expose your story since you want to keep telling my story. Filter queen. See, I can talk about where I wore wigs and stuff. Can you talk about how you're filtering your face? I'm okay with my nose. Are you? Anyways. Oh, I'll tell that another time. Anyway, but I'm sorry, emancipation. And see, I've been nothing but, cool with old girl. That's why I'm like, it's real questionable with you. I ain't never done nothing, said nothing against old girl. She was like, it just seemed to me like you just kind of, some of y'all just want to sit and talk ish about, it seemed like all some of y'all want to do. Let's just keep it real. Let's stop with this fake outrage. This ain't about promoting, supporting, defending. It's not even about defending yourselves either. Just some of y'all just want to talk ish. Let's just keep it real. And see, we can look at, like with this, getting back on the whole thing with the foundational Black Americans. Oh yeah, and then she said when was talking about, I gotta mention this though as well, because I heard, it brought to my attention, but I did my best in ignoring. But I'm gonna address. She's saying like those of us like Fran Brown, and we showed ourselves as the light skin sector. First of all, I was never part of any. And even when I was affiliated with Fran Brown, I didn't meet her in any light skin sectors. We were part, like with psychopathias and stuff. I didn't even know initially that Fran Brown was, and I'm not saying, hey, I'm not against her for being a part of, I just, for one, what was me, I couldn't quite relate to. I'm not against anybody telling their story of what they've been through, but yeah, so please don't we initially shot. First of all, I've never seen you. I mean, I've seen Fran Brown. I actually have seen Fran Brown. We have seen her. She just chooses to not show herself. I have not seen you, emancipation, but I had been nothing but nice to you. Yeah, she's like, this way. Nobody watch your channel anymore anyway. Okay, well, why the hell are you here? Yeah, that's real. That's some brow raising. That's very brow raising. I know certain people listening now, and they're gonna probably jump on this. Give me a reason. Give me a reason. Okay, because I've been real nice. It's bad enough that I lost my channel, but I've been real nice, and like I said, you want to keep on telling my story, thinking you I got you. But anyways. Yeah, getting back to on the foundational Black American. Yeah, like I said, okay, he is the leader, right? All right. Like it says, it's important to clarify that Foundational Black Americans is not a group, organization, or movement with a designated leader. Yes, it is. Okay, and he's leading every day. He's leading. That's why they parrot everything that Tariq Nasheed says, plebiscite babble, push me, you're a tether, you're a musty tether. That's why they repeat everything he says. That's how a leader influences people. Okay, you're gonna, and they're very cult-like. You see how they will come up in here, not even listen to what I have to say. But if they just the idea that you are against Tariq Nasheed and FBA, which is linked with Tariq Nasheed. I could probably be talking about anything else on Tariq Nasheed, but more specifically, if you're talking against Tariq Nasheed and FBA, so they have become one. Tariq Nasheed, FBA are like synonymous now. He is your father. You are the father, Tariq. He is your father, Luke. All right? Accept it. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's not all right, but it's all right. Yeah. But they want to make sure to clarify that FBA is not a group, organization, or movement. Yeah, so they're not taking responsibility as a group, or organization, or a movement, or even having a leader. FBA is a lineage-based designation that's not part of the government census, by the way, referring to Black Americans who descend from freedmen, the formerly enslaved people emancipated in the United States. Okay, who's he talking to? You know, we need to go more into that with the freedmen, but I don't want to talk about it in context of FBA though, because I don't want to really talk on FBA no more. I don't want to use a hashtag no more. I don't want to. Yeah. Oh, don't think that y'all scare me out. And no, it's not about that. Okay, the formerly enslaved people. Okay, he's saying the freedmen. Okay, but we could be more specific on the freedmen. Okay, he's saying the Black Americans who descend from the freedmen, the formerly enslaved people emancipated in the United States, as well as the free Black Americans who were present during the foundational building and formation of this nation. This lineage represents a unique and unbroken connection to the Black Americans who have built, shaped, and defined the United States from its earliest foundations. We honor and celebrate the rich history, cultural contributions, and unyielding strength of foundational Black Americans. This recognition is not only a tribute to our ancestors, but also a commitment to preserving and advancing the legacy they established. All right. And then you got the merchandise. But of course, saying there's no leader, no mention of Tariq Nasheed's name. There you have it. All right. And like they said, okay, the claim is that they are just the claim is that all that they are doing, what is the claim with FBA? Like, why? Okay, like he asked recently, hold on a second. Like he asked recently in a live stream, he recently asked, doggone it. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? Give me a second, child. Give me a second, child. I know it's on. Where's the video? Where's the video of the live? I'm like directly on. Was it removed or something? Where he was questioning. Well, anyways, he was questioning why is it. This is just very, very recently when he was questioning why is it, like, where's that video? There's a video where he's just questioning why is it that FBA can't acknowledge their lineage. You know what I was just addressing yesterday, right? Go to my channel. Or why is it okay? Yeah, he's just questioning why is it okay for everyone to acknowledge. Wait, why can't I see that video? Where's that video at? That's weird. Oh, okay. Here it is. Why is it? I'm like at the channel and I don't see it nowhere. Yeah, this is the thumbnail here. This is what I was trying to get to. Let me. Yeah, and you saw here where he's questioning why is it okay to acknowledge, why is it okay for everyone to acknowledge their lineage except FBA? And as I showed y'all, yeah, and that's what people keep asking me. Why is this wrong? Why is it, they're asking these, these rhetorical questions. They know that nobody, like I said, they know there's nothing wrong with you acknowledging your lineage, or acknowledging your culture, your history, your heritage, contributions to civilization, past and present. Who would be against that? Who on earth would be against? Why on earth would I, as a quote unquote Black American, why would I have an issue with that? When I'm talking about music all the time, I talk about quote unquote Black culture all the time. So why would I, doing my chill streams with God when we're talking about music, even if it's just music, why would I have an issue with that? Why on earth would I have an issue with that? Okay. But as you can see here, and this has been for over a year now. Okay. As you can see on his channel, this is pretty much, these are just like the last two videos of live streams. Now, what channel is this? Yeah, okay, wait. Ism Radio. Okay, he's basically talking about politics. And there's nothing wrong with that necessarily. And you know what side he's gonna be on. But he has this underhand way of defending the Republicans. Yeah. East African caller. All right. What does this have to do? What does this individual that we're supposed to believe is a true caller, yeah, not scripted or staged, even though I notice he doesn't do much live anymore. Yeah, what does some individual East African and whatever they got to say, what does that got to do? Him lying, if that's what you claim, but what does that got to do really with, that's not, how is that really about focusing on Black Americans? Why are you giving so much attention to these individuals who have no real power, who we more than likely will never meet in our lives? What does delineation mean? Is this African caller? Like I said, delineation is just distinguishing, drawing the line, giving clarification to make a distinction, to distinguish. That's all, pretty much. It doesn't mean divesting. It doesn't mean that you got to necessarily put people on levels like I'm better than you. But you can tell by the way he makes people into caricatures, and he never just talks about the individual. He ends up talking about people in general, just like he did with the Haitians recently. Sassy passport bro. And we could say, well, he's just responding to these individuals. But why is he giving these individuals? Why is he not focusing? Like I said, you just had brother George Ellis Johnson of Johnson Products just passed away. Definitely contributed, setting an example, much like himself. Can't we say that Tariq Nasheed is a businessman and perhaps entrepreneur? I believe he has help from some puppet masters, but can we not say I would definitely think that someone like Tariq Nasheed would be talking about Georgie Johnson. So why is he focusing on, he'd rather talk about what some individual quote unquote Teva says. This is all that you will see back to back to back on his channel. And when he is talking about Black Americans, it's, it's somebody who, like, he'll play on use a tragedy or something. That's his way of, so he can get in the little token responses to white racists to make it look as if he's anti-white racism. And that's easy to do. But otherwise, when he's talking about Black people, and I don't like how they're saying something about with this Nolan Wells, should his parents be Black? Yeah, we could talk about that, but I think y'all should be a little considerate. Give me a second, y'all, okay? Yeah, I think, press one if y'all can hear me loud enough. I know the mic is back on. I think we could give a little more consideration. The parents just, lost their son. There's a way that, because I'm seeing videos popping up, should the parents be blamed for his death? There's a way that, yeah, we do need to talk about, but this is another, since we're talking about assimilation, yeah, now that you think about it, yeah, I definitely think we can talk about this. But what I'm seeing these videos pop up with his parents' face in it. Oh, are the parents to blame for it? I just feel there's an inconsideration with how people are going about discussing this. Just my opinion. But yeah, only other time he's talking about Black Americans is when he's talking against Democrats like a Jasmine Crockett or whoever, Roland Martin. Basically, when he's roasting, that's all that it's about. And I just wish people just admit that you just want to hear, people being dissed. I got a sense of humor. Like I said, I could listen to raccoons getting roasted all day. So Paul Mooney, he was my favorite comedian. But, yeah, see, this sounds all nice and fluffy. But see, the description of foundation of Black Americans. But as we see at the channels, this is not what is being represented. This is not, yeah, he'll give you a history lesson, but you got to pay for it. You got to order the DVD. You got to pay for it. And he hasn't really, supposedly with his up and coming Hidden Colors, that's where he's going to focus more solely on FBA. But besides what he calls FBA, but besides Microphone Check, and somebody mentioned Buck Breaking, his documentaries have not been they haven't been primarily on FBA. They've been, I definitely put that in the category of promoting Pan-Africanism. That's my opinion. Remember, he used to represent Melanoid Nation. So the thing is, I have nothing against, he's saying, why is it okay for everyone to acknowledge their lineage except FBA? But the thing is, that's not what you're doing. You're not you're not acknowledging Black, what you call foundational Black American lineage or history or heritage. That's not what you're doing. That's not at all what you're doing, unless our lineage or our culture is only about our bloodline, our culture, and all that. Unless, for one, okay, if you're talking lineage, then you're gonna need to also talk DNA. Why is that not being considered? All right, you'd have to talk about family. If you have to talk about bloodline, family. DNA have to be considered to some degree, whether you totally agree with, DNA testing. He has at one time, didn't he share his DNA results at one time, and it showed him to be predominantly matched up with those of Sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria being on top, just like the majority of us. But of course, we got nothing in common with Godfrey. But even if we're just talking culture, and if we're just talking ethnicity, you are not representing Black American ethnicity unless all that we have ever been about is roasting. Unless that's what you're saying, it's all that we're about is roasting. That's not what I know. See, you look see, it looks all nice, and no, unless all that we're about is talking about how everybody jealous of us, and everybody trying to steal our swag, and everybody trying to copy us, and we better than you. We didn't flee, and all these claims, which is bogus, because as it's been pointed out, it could be said my family, many of our families can be said to have fled the South. Oh, but it's still within the borders, so that's different. My family, in that case, we've all fled. We've all had to. Godfrey's parents, yeah. Why did he is of the Igbo people? Why is it that the Igbo, as I've and you know that I've already talked about with the Igbo people, why did they have to flee Nigeria? Even though a lot of you guys got in your mind that the Igbo sold us into slavery, which is not true for the most part. I mean, there's traders in every group. Why do you think the Potawatomi Indians, Native Americans they're regarded like in the state of Wisconsin? They're given, because the Potawatomi went against other Native tribes on behalf of the white man. There's going to be, even during Nazi Germany, there were sellouts. There are traitors in every group of people, and we definitely know within our own people. All right, we know that there are sellouts and traitors. So let's stop. But as in this idea that in general, Igbo people or certain groups of sects of sold us into slavery. Well, we could go into that. That's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, because we need to really really go into those who contributed to the transatlantic slave trade in the Middle Passage, and even slavery in Africa dating before the Middle Passage. But anyways, unless you're claiming that our lineage is just about roasting and boasting, okay, and I disagree with that. Another thing that I disagree with, or I have to at least question, okay, if we were to go by what is said here at FBA site, as I spoke on before, it limits our history, limiting us to the 16th century. The 16th century. Now, this is post 1492. Limiting our history to the 16th century, and then limiting it to, even though people have existed for millenniums, but limiting our history just back to a few centuries, and it just taking it back to, okay, we were brought over as slaves and we survived, and it's almost like giving credit to the white man or the enslavers, because it's like they molded us. Their oppression molded us into what we became. That's how we became such great roasters. That's how we developed our own food, our swag, our soul food come from, we were able to take chitterlings and to take the crap that the white man, that's how, from oxtails, pig feet, chitlins, neck bones, ham hocks. Basically, the white man eat the so-called good meat and throw us, the garbage, and we made food from that. And I'm not trying to diss, there's a lot of vegetables, a lot of good, not trying to necessarily diss all that is soul food, of course not. What I'm saying is, it just makes it like as if our history, our legacy is nothing but struggle. And don't get me wrong, because there are people who can say, well, it's pretty much the same thing with what you quote unquote, since they group us all together, Black Hebrew Israelites say the same thing, that we're under the curses of Deuteronomy. But this is one thing too that I want us to focus on, that I think that we should, those of us who acknowledge who we are in the, spoken of in the scriptures, one thing we talk about the curses, but I do think that we need to talk also more about the blessings, because Deuteronomy also speak of the blessings, and we were a blessed people is when we broke the covenant. And how did we break the covenant initially? We broke covenant that we made with our people, our ancestors with the Most High Yahuwah. We broke the covenant initially because we were trying to assimilate. Don't you get it? That's what led to us breaking the curses. We wanted to be like the other nations. Whether these nations were Hamitic, Japhetic, Gentiles, we wanted to intermarry, like with the Canaanites. We wanted, like the Most High appointed judges for us, like Samson. But no, we wanted to be like the other nations. We wanted a monarchy. We wanted a king. We wanted to be like the Kemetic people, that also black. But we wanted, so the Most High allowed for us to have a king and to have see, obviously, he knew what was best for us. Like, perhaps one man should not be given so much power. And if you notice, okay, he allowed for us, and, he chose the king Saul. He allowed for us to have a king. And, since that's what we wanted, looking at the other nations. And if you notice, like over 90% of those kings were corrupt. Over 90%. That's what led to the split of Israel. That's what led to, and so what ended up happening, we being like, wanting to be like other nations, wanting to marry into their people, giving away our sons and daughters in marriage to these other nations. Next thing you know, we're doing the things they're doing, like worshiping Molech, sacrificing our children, our babies to Molech, doing all kind of wicked stuff like these other people, because they appear more glamorous. It says assimilation, that's what led to the curses. It's just what we're stressing is disobedience that leads to curses. Obedience leads to blessings. But before that, we were able to see the miracles. The Most High, when we were under the covenant, fought our battles for us against these mighty, powerful nations that included Nephilim descendants, like the Anakim and the Rephaim and those like Goliath, and the Most High fought for us. Before Solomon had fell from grace, intermarrying with all those foreign women, he was very blessed. He was blessed with riches and knowledge, had more wisdom than the Orient, as the scripture said. But this is what it's always been about, us assimilating. And I'm so glad that Truth Unedited, please check out, he's talking about this right now. He's talking about this right now, what happened with us. This is so ironic, how we get to what you see today. A lot of this has been about assimilation. Now, I feel he's a little too hard on Dr. King, but I get it. This has been the result of assimilation and trying to be, and that's all, if you ask me, that FBA is trying to get us to do. Notice this. Notice where he was. Okay, hold on. Now, I'm going to get back around to this. But remember what he said, and I think that's what also got me back up in here. The whole thing with Megyn Kelly. Let me share this with you. That's what also got me. I can't believe that Tariq Nasheed is co-signing this white racist, her talking about the Haitian. Okay, I'm sharing this from Haven Bernardez's response. Yeah, I'm like, wow, really? It's like that? See, this is the thing. If the Haitians are these traitors, or if they were these sellouts that he claimed always dissing us, knowing doggone well you have not had no negative encounters the way that you are lying and exaggerating with Haitian people. Who cares that there was one or two? A lot of these people, it's fake outrage, okay? I had lived a great part of my life on the north side of Chicago, okay? There is an abundance of black people from the West Indies, Jamaica. My brothers, even though their wives black, they were, my brother, my sister-in-law. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, I have. Hey, how you doing, Shorty? Want? Big Ross, big Gross. What you saying? Explain that Africans didn't sell us for the most part because it sounds like you're limiting Africans' role. Oh, okay, I could do that in another video, in another live stream. But like I said, you've had traders in every group, including quote unquote FBA. You have people when they are selling dope and drugs, and can you not say, like, if I were to really look at my family, just my family, okay, and what affected my family more directly? Okay, I lost loved ones because of the drug epidemic. Who do you think sold those drugs to my family members? And don't get me wrong, they were grown people. Nobody made them. There are a lot of, I know about traders within our own people. I don't mean to sound like white racists who try to deflect. What about black on black crime? But I mean, I'm sorry, because I'm seeing a lot of fake outrage. I'm sorry, I'm seeing a lot of fake outrage. My family definitely was affected by traders in the community. But yeah, I know that there were African traders, African people in positions of power. I have talked about that in talking about when we addressed on with the Woman King and all the controversy behind that. But what's interesting that Tariq Nasheed, remember I showed y'all the audio with him talking about, like, he had respect for those the homie Amazonian, if you want to call it, those female warriors who, and everything they were doing was on behalf of their king. Remember, he talked as if that's how black women should be. But anyways, yeah. And see, this is another thing too, Miss Cardio Queen. We gotta understand there is a certain group. This is what we try to talk about. That even with what was going on in Africa, like even when we talk about the Islamic slave trade, that has been going on long before the transatlantic slave trade, before the Europeans got involved. Even when we talk about that, this is why we talk about. I know y'all don't hear me on this, and you think that there's no secular evidence, and I do want to, y'all willing go into that. You will find a certain group of people who have always been instigating. Even we can take it back to ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, ancient lands of Ham, and our people enslaved Yasharel in Egypt. You are going to find, when you do the research, who were the Hyksos? Who were the people? There have always been a certain group of people instigating. This is something that I found out. Who were the Ottoman Turks? That had a great deal to do with the fall of the Moors in Europe, more specifically Iberia. Who were the Ottoman Turks? Who was behind the Roman Catholic Church? But that's another discussion. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Like when we talk about the Khazarian/Edomites, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. And you best believe they were all through the continent of Africa. Do you hear me? And remember what I said. Esau was not originally quote unquote white, or what we would categorize as Caucasian even. All right? But that's something I hope y'all willing that I can go more into eventually. But getting back to, what I was saying. Yeah, there's been an instigator. I found out in doing my research. I'm like, wow, these people are everywhere. But anyways, getting back to okay, so Haven Bernardez, who I initially known as Haven Bullets, he's been in YouTube for a year. Yeah, he's sharing this. Tariq Nasheed agrees with Megyn Kelly on Haitians. Let me see. Just want to go back to.
Ain't racism. Y'all need.
Let's listen to this once again. Okay, I got it. Fair use, fair use.
That's that's what you meant.
That's
sad. Yeah, you gotta talk to your husband. Like he gonna follow Tariq off a cliff. He got
Haitians and Haitians.
You probably do that right after this.
TPS status and the ramifications and Haitians getting sent back. Did y'all see Megyn Kelly? Oh, the white tea supremacist queen. Boy, Megyn Kelly.
The white tea. So he acknowledged that she's a racist, or he would prefer saying white supremacist, but can't even say white, white tea supremacist queen. But yeah, he's talking about Megyn Kelly, even though he acknowledges that she's a racist. But notice how he is, in a sense, high-fiving. What you say? You ain't hearing this? Okay, so y'all can hear this then. Okay, I wanted to check to make sure y'all can hear this. Again, just for me, please press 1, because you know how sometimes StreamYard be confusing me.
Kelly.
Oh, I forgot. We got to go get the Tariq that speaks. We probably do that right after this.
TPS status and the ramifications and Haitians getting sent back. Did y'all see Megyn Kelly? Oh, the white tea supremacist queen. Boy, Megyn Kelly went all the way in. Megyn Kelly was like, yeah, get out of here. Go back to FN Haiti. We don't want you here. Yeah, our culture, this and the other. She was going in. Boy, that hurt the spirit of a lot of these people.
I mean, wait, hold on. Let's go exactly what she has said. I'm sorry. Let's go. I'm like, what? Really? Really, Tariq? For real, though? Hold on. Let's go to... And I want y'all to hear how she said it. You remember how they would say to us, go back? Yeah, he talking about she went in. She went in. He giving her a high five. You go, Miss Ann. You go, Miss Mellon. Wait, what's her name? Megan. Yeah, let's hear exactly. I don't want to go directly to her site. Wait, hold on. Gotta speed it up. Wait, I just want to hear exactly what she... Is this it? But let me speed it up a little bit, because I want you to hear what he's co-signing. What he's pretty much co-signing and giving a high five to. Because that's what he's doing. Speed it up a little bit. See if it...
Like rural Ohio, just like their fellow Americans. It's not true. Watch the following reel. They're just back and comb through the news reports about these Haitians, these wonderful Haitians that we're told all about, who are allegedly just like you and me. They're just living life in, rural Ohio, just like their fellow Americans. It's not true. Watch the following reel. This is just a few. We could have been here all day with these news stories, but it's only a limited show. So here's a highlight, a low light reel, if you will, of what these Haitians have been up to.
Mario Joseph crossed the center line, hit the bus, and caused it to flip.
52 elementary.
Okay, let me get past. I'm just trying to get to what she said. Of course, they gotta have the propaganda.
You're going back to Haiti. Your fellow Haitians.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
You are going back to Haiti, as are your fellow Haitians who have overstayed their welcome. Period. You're going back to Haiti. All of you. Sorry. I don't mean to sound heartless. I understand not every Haitian is a criminal, but enough of them are that they need to go. This should not be our problem. And Mike DeWine with his, they're fixing up old houses, they're starting businesses, they're supporting a family. Why don't you tell it to the woman at the 7-Eleven who got her brain bashed in with a hammer? Why don't you tell it?
Yeah. As if there aren't white people doing this, as if there aren't you can find examples. See how propaganda works.
To that little girl and her mom and her grandmom who got stabbed to death by that Haitian. Okay? I'm not so sure they're all setting up business.
As if you really give a damn.
Our guest today, he's been watching, and he is the host.
Wild. Oh, are we? Really?
I'm sorry. I just want to hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to get to directly.
Megyn Kelly unleashes racism against Haitians. She's trying to get her base back. Okay, the base of bigoted people. Here it is.
And look, this has been going on for over a dozen years. Go home. Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it with our work ethic and our culture and our values. You being here only dilutes it for us, those who built it and live it. And half of you people, more than half of you, won't assimilate. We don't want you. We don't.
So you heard what she said, half of you people won't assimilate. Now you guys know with the history of Haiti. Now I don't agree with everything because as a person who know I should be following the law, the scriptures, the Bible. I don't agree with everything that may represent Haitian culture, i.e., Catholicism linked with Vodun. I don't agree with everything that is said to be or represent African spirituality. Okay. But as you know, we know the Haitians, we know of the Haitian Revolution. We know that they represented the one nation of people enslaved in the Americas who fought against the white slave masters. And if you want to say they had success in overthrowing the white, but I do feel that they have been making Haitians pay. Because I remember when I was a teenager or a young adult, like a late teenager, young adult, like I said, this is like late 80s, early 90s. And I remember there was debate on, the Haitians trying to, they were coming to the United States. And I had no issue with that. Of course, why would that bother me? But then I'm not going to lie, they kind of got me scared talking about they would bring AIDS over, right? I talked about this before. But understand, I was young. This was like early 90s. And I had my fear of AIDS, so that they were able to get me on that. Like, oh, okay, if that's the case, then yeah, I guess I can't support them. But other than that, but I did notice that there was this resistance against Haitian immigrants. I did not hear this very same resistance, definitely not at that time, expressed against any other group of immigrant people. But I definitely heard, and this is going back to my late 80s memories as a teenager and young adult in the early 90s. There was this resistance to Haitians crossing the border. It was a resistance that was stronger than the resistance, against like Mexicans crossing the border. There was what they were claiming is that they will be bringing over AIDS. That's what, even though now, they're using this, fear propaganda. They're criminals. They're coming over here committing criminal acts. Yeah, but back then they were using it, and it kind of worked. I'm not saying that I advocated against Haitians or anything, but yeah, it did kind of, being that we are, especially at that time when people were still like dropping dead within a short period of time from AIDS because there still wasn't the funding put into AIDS research and all that, and treatment at the time. Yeah, because we had just lost like Freddie Mercury and people just dropping dead. 1 minute you find out they're HIV positive, next thing you know they got full-blown AIDS. So of course I had that fear in me. So I was like, oh, if that's the case, then But see, back then I was younger and I didn't understand that part of that was propaganda, anti-Haitian. And I just feel like they have definitely, I think that they've been, like, in a sense, making Haiti pay for decades, for over a century now. They've been, I wanted to talk about that even more so. But yeah.
We don't care if you're offended. Get out. Go home. Go back in Haiti. Sorry. I'm thinking about our friends in Ohio who've been dealing with.
Oh, yeah. But notice that she stressed, even though Tariq Nasheed is now trying to get you to see Haitians as people who would assimilate, the problem that, or they would sell out or join Whitey and speaking against us, supposedly, as Tariq Nasheed would claim. But she's saying the problem, they won't assimilate. See, deep down, FBA wants you to assimilate to white culture. You saying your high school Buki was Haitian. His parents were racist, but he was very Americanized. What you mean by his parents were racist? How were his parents racist, Shorty Womp? I'm curious. Now, y'all remember one Haitian guy I was at school with, and he did talk about, like, and he was a rather dark-skinned dude. And you know, he talked about Haitians as if they were separate. He would talk about Haitians and black like as if they were separate. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, sorry about that. Press one. You can hear me loud enough, clear now. Let me see. They saying they wanted him with a Haitian, and he married a Haitian girl. Oh, okay. So they wanted him with okay. They wanted him to be with someone of his own ethnicity or of his own nationality or ethnicity. I'm not necessarily mad at that though. I'm not necessarily, but I'm sorry, you know. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about I don't mean to chuckle at it, but I'm sorry about that experience. But you know, I'm not necessarily mad at like even with white folks, okay, I just want you to be with white people or fellow Irish people or fellow German people. I don't necessarily see that as bad but now if you're saying things like if they're saying stuff against you because you're American, oh, you know these American girls are like this, and that, then yeah, that's different. How you doing, American 111? Jamal? Is you saying he was really nice? Oh. Yeah, and you're gonna find that with every group of people. There are people who you know, there are people like remember that episode of Good Times? I know that's just TV, but this is real. There are people who you remember he was dating that girl who lived in the South Shore area, in Bougia. Technically, Cabrini Green is the north side, near north. And there was the guy didn't want his daughter with this black dude that was from the hood, and you know, he wanted them with their well, that's more about classism. And it's not nothing necessarily wrong, but if you are just putting somebody down simply because. But we are told as Yasharel more specifically, but Yasharel also include those descendants of Haiti who was said to have been enslaved in Haiti. We are told that we are supposed to stay with Yasharel, and there are people who may see that as being racist. Oh, oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, this is one guy, you know, but in general, it's not like, oh, I'm worried about a whole bunch of Haitians saying something about me. A lot of these people, what I'm saying is, a lot of these people is fake outrage. You're going to have people, like there were those who we referred to as bougie. There are those who, you know, it is nothing necessarily wrong with the ethnic. Like, okay, for instance, with the movie Do the Right Thing, I didn't understand with them, okay, all right, them being upset with the Italian owner of the pizzeria not having black people on the like, wait, if that's his family-owned business, now it's one thing if he's like, well, you know what, I'm not servicing you Negroes or giving them unfair treatment, or you know what I'm saying, serving them, making them wait longer or something like that, especially if you've got black people supporting you. But he was not obligated to put pictures of black folks on his wall. You know, he decided to have Italian legends on his wall. That's his family-owned restaurant. The answer, if there is what we're supposed to be doing, is going to our own restaurants, building our own restaurants. Okay. And so, yeah, so people saying, well, that's exactly what FBA is doing. That's how we're delineating. We're, you know, but no, they're not. No, they're not. Now, if he wanted to just have Black American people in his museum, more specifically a museum for what he refers to as foundational Black Americans, that's fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If he just wants to, you know, have people like Muhammad Ali and Ida B. Wells being represented, what is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. But they know that that's not what it's really about. Right. You hear what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, that's the thing. That's our problem. We fight so hard to... I don't mean to put down those who, you know, of that era, like who participated with SNCC and, you know, the sit-ins, because I believe they had good intentions. But you got to think about it. We'll fight so hard to, you know, eat at restaurants where they may spit in your food. I remember how I used to look at that with the Little Rock 9 and I remember even when I watched the little movie they put together, the little dramatization. And they show, now some people saying that some things have been exaggerated and they're not totally telling you the whole truth on the experience of those kids. I'm just saying, going by what I had learned when I was younger, looking at those pictures. And I would look at the Black students, like the one girl had the shades on, the Black girl with the shades, and you see the white girl behind her screaming at her. And I would be thinking, why would you put your kids through that? What point is being made? I understand that the public educational system was imbalanced and that there was more. I thought that initially what Black folks were trying to fight for was for more funding put into the Black schools, not just to be at the same schools with white kids. But why, like Malcolm X said, why would you want your enemies teaching your children? You know, that's really something to think about it. What? No, he said, how he put it? Only a fool would let your enemies, you know, teach your children, educate your children. Especially the time when you still to this day be having some of these teachers, they don't want to. I remember when where I went, it was a school, but this was near North Ghetto High School. But I was there for a minute, though. But, you know, I had to stay in Chicago for a minute. With a relative, yeah. And I went to near North. It's linked with Cooley High, right? Where the pretty green kids went for a minute. And I remember we had this white teacher. And it was like a magnet school. But we had this white teacher just would put something on the board. And we used to think that classroom was real cool. Because he would just put something on the board and he would sit there with a magazine, just be reading, not paying it. And he let us talk. And so we thought that was a really cool classroom because he wouldn't be demanding that we do any work. He would just put something on the board. He'd write on the board what we're supposed to be doing. And he'd sit there with his magazine, this white man teacher, and just let us talk and whatever we wanted to do in the classroom, right? He didn't care. But back then, we saw that as a cool teacher. But what I didn't realize, this guy didn't want to be here. He didn't want to be with us Negroes. He wasn't trying to teach us. He didn't want us to learn nothing. But he's still getting paid, though. He just got to be at this school. And there's a lot of them teachers like that. A lot of them teachers that they don't really care for the students or not to mention, you know, how the educational system is set up to brainwash us. Like I say, you are not going to learn about the Moors and, you know, a lot of things I learned on history on my own or from my mama. You are not going to learn our history. And that's the thing. Just like United States history, you think of your history class. Our history, quote unquote, Black history, it begins with slavery. Slavery, we were slaves, and then Martin Luther King, and there was Abraham Lincoln, freed the slaves, and then eventually Martin Luther King came along, and we lived, and then Harold Washington, first mayor of Chicago, Jesse Owens, and the Olympics, and Harold Washington, and then Michael Jackson, and we've arrived. The end. That's how it was when I was a kid. You know, Black history. You jump from slavery to Abraham Lincoln to Martin Luther King to Harold Washington or the early Black mayors and stuff. And Michael Jackson, or you know, not Michael Jackson. I'm just saying, you know, and we have arrived. The end. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it was I've been to a lot of schools. It was crazy. We used to think that was a cool class. We thought that teacher was cool. He didn't interact with us. He didn't talk with us. We used to think that was a cool classroom. Oh, no. Actually, I would say the Chicago schools is better than Milwaukee schools. There's more money in it. But no, the Chicago school's still better. And that just happened to be that particular class. Because I will say now, when I went to, before that, like on the west side of Chicago, and my earlier, my family moved around a lot. We've been on every side of Chicago, except for what could be considered the east side. But, you know, some people say, ain't no east side of Chicago. And then some people argue that there is. But on the west side, you know, I was young, you know, at Nash Elementary School. And it was an all-Black school, pretty much had all Black teachers. And it was very much influenced, because my family base, when we migrated to Chicago, was originally the west side of Chicago. Even though I don't really feel that connected with the west side, but that's where my family on my mother's side base was, the west side. Even though I was born in, yeah, I feel more connected actually with the south side, but and the north side than the west side, but that's where my family base was. And so when I had to stay with my grandmother, went to Nash, when we had to stay with her, like when I was a young child and sometimes back and forth, went to Nash Elementary. You had actually Jackie Taylor, the actress in Cooley High. She was a teacher there. She was one of my first teachers. And I remember like when I was in first grade, and this is the early, yeah, late 70s, early 80s. My teacher, yeah, had us singing. We used to have to sing not only the Pledge of Allegiance, but we had to sing the Black National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing. And it was very much Black Panther influence. You had the breakfast program there and everything. My mom was like kind of participating. It was very pro-Black. It was very, because I understand where my family was just 15 minutes away from where Fred Hampton was taken. My mama being affiliated with the Panthers. Yeah, she was born the same year as Fred Hampton. Both, you know, they kind of represent the West Side. Yeah, so we used to have a teacher actually having us sing "I Am Black" and "Black is Beautiful." So I noticed them schools where they were predominantly Black teachers, and they weren't before they became scared of the kids. It did seem like it's just like when I went to this little college that had nothing, even though it's closed now, Business and Banking Institutes for a short period in the 90s. I learned more going to that little institute than the time I was at any of the time I was at college. It was going there that gave me this, where I eventually, by the time I was 24 years old, had my own office. Because these were Black instructors telling me what I needed to know, and they weren't afraid of me. Do you understand what I'm saying? They told me what I needed to hear and what I needed to know. They would talk to, you know, and we were all like Black students. This was in Milwaukee. Now, I don't think it's the same at Nash School. I think, yeah, you may still have Black teachers, but I think they all scared of the students. But back then, oh, them Black students, you know, they didn't, You know, what was crazy, it was like this Latina teacher, even most of the teachers that were, you know, mostly Black, but it was I guess a more mestizo or Puerto Rican teacher that had us singing "I Am Black" and "Black is Beautiful." And this is what we used to sing. And then when it would be Martin Luther King, even when it wasn't even an official holiday yet, we would go to like the DuSable Museum, go see a play. Milwaukee, I went to Milwaukee. Oh my gosh, they ain't no jack on Black history. And they were like, The schools, yeah, they look better. They put more money into it, but Milwaukee, they hella assimilated. They assimilate. Now Chicago is pretty much the same way. Chicago ain't got that spirit they used to have. But yeah, you gotta understand, they used to, I know people make fun of Chicago now and use Chicago as this primary example of black badness or whatever. But y'all don't know. Once upon a time. Yeah. Yeah, certain parts of the South Side, bougie black, yeah. Like we always thought, like, South Shore and Hyde Park and Chatham and once upon a time in Bronzeville. That's how it used to be. Things have changed, though. Things have definitely changed. Yeah, I used to see the West Side is actually more ghetto. No disrespect. But believe it or not, the West Side, believe it or not, it had a strong pro-black influence. Hard to believe. And it definitely more linked to the South. You hear that accent Fred Hampton had. Actually, he was like just outside of Chicago where he was actually born. But yeah, he represented more so the West Side of Chicago. Yeah, that's where actually Martin Luther King was residing. When he was in his latter years, he was all in Chicago. And I think that the Chicago crowd influenced him. He was taking on Richard Daley. He lived in Chicago for a couple of years before returning to the South and, working with, labor workers and stuff in Tennessee and stuff. But he was residing in Chicago, being protected by the Chicago. That's why I think influenced Dr. King and, got him more on that quote unquote pro-black tip. Yeah, he was being protected by the L. Rookins, formerly known as the Black P. Stones, the Chicago gang members, who were, a spawn of the Black Nationalists. Oh yeah. Definitely, I noticed, especially like blacks of the Bay Area. I think they are a little more connected with the South. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. You're FBA. That means you're FBA, and I'm not. I'm not under the bread. So what do you want? A cookie? What do you want? Let me put the spotlight on you since you're needing attention. What do you want? A cookie? But yeah, but you know what? Even before I get back around to that but notice that Megyn Kelly, she said that yeah, we're gonna get back to that because I want to kind of go through a timeline. But notice how she had an issue with the Haitians. She said you won't assimilate. And you got to understand, Haiti was referred to as, how did they refer to Haiti? As Africa in the Americas, like little Africa. Do you understand? Yeah. But we're going to get back to that because, all right. Now, like I said, as we know that Tariq Nasheed, looking at his channel, all it is, Sassy Shields, this ain't got nothing to do with representing Black American lineage, heritage, history, unless he's saying that our culture is only about roasting and boasting other groups of, especially Black people. Okay? Whether they're Democrats, whether they're what he referred to as tethers, yeah. That's all that it's really about with him. I guess that's all that Black, and even if we go by what he's saying at this site, then it just limits our history to everything that we have established and done. It was out of survival. It was because, like, did we build anything before slavery? Were there any contributions? Because even us so-called Black Hebrew Israelites, we acknowledge the curses and what came from that. But we do also acknowledge the civilizations. Okay, we do acknowledge like the greatness of, King David. Once upon a time, Solomon. Okay, you're not okay. Yeah, the foundational bot agents. Don't come up in here thinking you're gonna flood the chat room now. You already made it known. You're FBA, you ain't talking about nothing. Okay, bye. Then why are you here? If you're FBA and you want to hear me talk about FBA, then yeah, you can say well, I'm this, and that, as long as I'm not you. As long as I ain't you. Okay. You call me a tether or whatever, as long as I'm not you. Now let's untether you from my chat room. Why are you tethered to my damn channel? Why is Tariq Nasheed tethered to the tethers? Because he can't stop talking about it. In fact, he has made a documentary on the Haitians, which helped him make a lot of money. But then he has the audacity to question, what has Haitians done for us? Well, their history apparently helped you to make some money so you can go on vacations to places like Haiti. But anyways, yeah, it limits our history. Like everything that we've done, it's just been about survival under white oppression. Everything from our art, hip hop, everything has just been about, and I'm not saying that shouldn't to a degree be admired, our resilience and our ability to still create and make something out of whatever scraps were thrown, and and still be able to have an influence over the world. I'm not saying that should not be to a degree respected. But it's very limiting. It's very limiting. Now, let's go through a little timeline. How did I originally know about Tariq Nasheed? I originally, now a lot of us, the majority of us in social media world, who have been a part of social media world, we learned about Tariq Nasheed, his Hidden Colors series. He became his presence in YouTube. Now, again, I've been in social media, involved in social media. And those who had now in my real life, I did used to do, even though I can't say that in more recent years, especially since dealing with certain tragedies, and it's been a minute now, but I did used to do, regularly volunteer. These are things that do, I can't say it was more just specifically for Black people. I won't just say that. But like I said, by the time, I used to myself work for a nonprofit charitable organization, and also did volunteer work for years, okay, along with my daughter. And, I have brothers who are still kind of active in what they do. But I can't say that what I did was just solely specific to, but if we're going to talk about my own activism, well, we could take that back to me being a teenager, even in the girls' homes. Those who know of me, they know what's up. But yeah, now with social media, yeah, my presence was known going back to, and I've been using the same username, Nasheed for You, since like 2001. And came in YouTube in 2008. And people, like I said, Tariq Nasheed, I came to know of him sometime around 2011, 2010. Now, I remember him first. Now, I had first really, knew his name, let's say, even though I had felt I've seen him before, I just wasn't sure where. But like I said, he had a video on responding to Miley Cyrus's performance. I don't know, what was it, the MTV Awards, whatever. It caused a lot of controversy. You remember, and some people felt that this was mocking Black people, cultural appropriation. And he had a video talking about Miley Cyrus and white entertainers and slumming. Okay. And I was really digging what he was saying. I know I've told this story a million times. So I shared, his video because I was still kind of connected with the message forums at that time. Although I had already started doing YouTube videos in 2008, but I shared with the Black community, if you will, the conscious community in the message forums. And I was like, y'all need to check out this brother, Wow, I really like, I like the terminology that he used. He's really good, it seemed, at concocting terminology and making, you know, like he'll come up with these terms, bunny ruckus and all that. But you know, despite all that, yeah, he used the term slumming and what he was talking about. And these are things that I've also been talking about, like when I, you know, talked about Eminem and everything. And so I was like, at the message for him, y'all need to check him out, hear what he's saying. And he seemed very, very relatable, because there are a lot of people who represent, you know, pro-blackness of the conscious community, you know, then they don't seem as, wait, why is it still showing? even though I got rid of this person. Yeah, a lot of people, some of these people, they seem to be able to, you can't relate to, you know, there are a lot of, like in hip hop, there were those conscious rappers. For some reason, Ice Cube became even more so relatable to me when Ice Cube, when he, after leaving NWA, going on the East Coast, linking up with people, you know, like members of Public Enemy and stuff. Ice Cube eventually, around that time of Lethal Injection album and stuff, and America's Most Wanted and Lethal Injection, he had actually became my favorite rapper. I felt that he was just a little more relatable. Who would have thought that Ice Cube, of all people, Mr. Gangster Rap, B as a B, niggas with attitude, who would have thought that he would end up becoming like my favorite conscious rapper, right? At one period. But then I realized the danger, because he was like, just like Tupac, where they kind of blur the lines, kind of gangster militant, if you will. But for some reason, I felt that Ice Cube was telling it more like it is and a little more straight and forward, where sometimes some of these conscious rappers, they can, you know, be where almost like it's unrelatable. But I needed somebody who spoke the language, who may have been from the streets as I was, even though we found out with Ice Cube, you know, he wasn't exactly like from that life, you know, as many of us thought. But still, he was very convincing. I'm not gonna lie. So something, me being a person who was actually born in the ghetto, you know what I'm saying? Not saying I was raised, but I'm just saying I needed something, you know, for me. Like, for instance, there are those who like Spike Lee's movies, but I was kind of a little more into John Singleton. Even though y'all say that those were hood movies, I just related a little more to John Singleton. And he showed that he could go conscious too. Like with, I felt that his movies actually, you know, they definitely, like if you paid attention to the scene in Boys in the Hood with Lawrence Fishburne, when he was talking about property value and all of that, you understand what I'm saying? I felt that that's stuff that we really do need to hear. Don't get me wrong, you know, Spike Lee, you know, there was that message too, like the School Days, but I don't know, I just felt with John Singleton, and especially after he did Higher Learning, and he with Rosewood, he showed that, yeah, he's not just about hood films. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how I kind of, with Tariq Nasheed, and you know, because he seemed tapped in more to the hip hop culture, which I was more a part of. Do you understand what I'm saying? So y'all get what I'm saying? And I'm one of those people, you know, yeah, he may still use the N-word. You know, you got some of these people, oh, you shouldn't say the N-word, you know, but I just felt that he was a little relatable. But there were things, but then it would be kind of boggling because I'd hear him refer to blacks as dusty and all that. And that was the stuff that initially started causing me to raise a brow. Like, why are you referring to brothers as dusty, you know, dusty hoteps? I didn't like that. And I didn't like him now, you know, saying things critical of what black people name their kids and all that stuff, right? But anyways, when I first noticed his video on slumming, and I shared it with everybody on the message forum, I was like, y'all need to check this brother out. And then people at the message forum, and I felt they was like being a little bougie, but you know, they were like, no, you can't trust him, Nasheed. No, don't suggest him. Because I didn't know he had this history, right? I was like, what's wrong? Like, what's the problem? They're like, no, you don't need to, you know, you can't trust him. Yeah, because I didn't know that, you know, he had, like I said, like, this is what I initially knew. And I thought it was cool because he was also funny. You know, you see, yeah, this is what I knew, like a lot of people who, but unlike some of these people who are speaking in his documentary, he seemed a little more relatable. And then eventually my husband and I, you know, with the, you know, hidden, eventually, you know, we purchased some of the hidden But being that I couldn't agree with him on everything, I couldn't really follow him like that. After peeping, I knew I seen him from somewhere. So this is, you see how he suited up, and either he'd be like here he's suited up, or he would just be dressing casually, not necessarily wearing like kente fabric or wearing a kufi. And I would tell you, he got that from me. Because remember, whenever I would go into conspiracy talk mode, I said, well, because people were taunting me with a tinfoil hat. So I said, you know what, let me put on my tinfoil Kango, because I'm finna go there. And then the next thing you know, you hear Tariq Nasheed say, I'm going to put on my tinfoil kufi. Tariq Nasheed, he took a lot from us. And I'm telling you, he's a biter. He took that from me, all right? Just like me initially talking about the black mouthpieces up in here. But anyways. Yeah, but he seemed relatable. And I could dig that. And I felt that that is more effective in reaching people, especially younger people. And I still saw myself as one of the younger people once upon a time. But I felt, you know what I'm saying, that he would be effective, and he's charismatic, and he's funny, and he's relatable. But I knew I seen him from somewhere, you know. Come to find out, where I seen him from was VH1 Charm School with Monique, teaching the women to be charming. But then come to find out, yeah, he has a little history, you know. So I guess the people at the message forum, who were, I guess, for the most part, a little older than me, they already knew this guy. Some things that I didn't know, apparently. Yeah. So you see here, you get clipping him on old drama, and yeah, he was definitely about to help us. He was welcome to the 2000s. Yeah. So apparently, yeah, he was not. You see, I remember the BET had this like kind of daytime talk show at one time, old drama, in the early 2000s. Yeah, he got here. What is this? A VH1 special? The Art of Gold Digging. Yeah. And apparently, so, you know, I remember when people brought to my attention the art of macking. And then there were people, when I spoke on this and questioned this in my, videos years ago, and this is when you got to understand, when I was a little more influential in what was, I guess you can call, Black YouTube. So then there were people coming in correcting me. No, it's not like that, Nasheed, for you. It's just a book that's, it's just a relationship. It's not what people trying to tell you. That probably was Tariq Nasheed himself undercover. So I was like, okay, well, hey, he ain't talking about this now. Maybe that was, that's me being in denial. Okay, but they were saying, like, don't take the cover seriously. They were telling me there were people obviously coming to me doing damage control on his behalf. It's not like that. And, I thought to myself, once upon a time, I used to call myself rapping and even trying to battle and saying things like I was going to go against Roxanne Shante, and I was I used to have a song, Yo, Salt and Pepper, you need some more season. My raps are deaf, and that's the reason I'll bust out with a rhyme right in your face. Move over, girls, I'm finna take your place. I'm not salt or pepper, I'm spicy tea, but I got more flavor, as you can see. Yeah, that's one of my old raps. And I even had raps where, but that's going way back. I've been rapping since like the mid 80s. And that was what I wrote I was ghostwriting all the stuff for my friends and they little hip hop crew. And I had I even called myself, putting a little profanity once upon a time. Like my mama discovered my raps. I had this song, This Is the Present, and that was the past. And all I gotta say is kiss my, So I used to, I'm not gonna lie. So I was like, okay, we all got a little history of being, Yeah, I learned. I think I posted some on the community tab. Sparky D Pass, yeah. And of course, that people like that influenced me. But I remember my mama discovered. This is like late 80s. I was a teenager. She discovered me trying to, But she, believe it or not, my mom was kind of cool about it. But then I found myself getting into singing until my voice cracked. but I used to kind of see myself more vicariously, even though my rapping didn't sound anything like MC Light, but I saw myself a little more vicariously through female rappers like MC Light. And of course, I wanted to be taken seriously. I didn't want to be seen as just a girl rapper. I wanted to be taken seriously as an MC, as a rapper. And I had my little crew and stuff. So, but it wasn't, understand, that was the teenage years and the very, very young years, okay? Tariq is a full-grown man here, but I still tried to, because people were trying to explain to me, no, it's really just a relationship advice book. This is just all for the cover and all of that. And I was like, okay, well, hey, that was then, this is now. But yeah, as you can see, Tariq Nasheed, you see him here. It says right here, this is him. Yeah, it says this is from 2005. This is from The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. And comedian Matt Mitchell. And it was during the Matt Gets Macked skit. Yeah, and when he was on that, what was that? When he was on Old Drama, he's talking about macking. Give me a second. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm talking about family. They let me do my thing. Okay. Yeah, right here. Joy in the day. Oh goodness. I said I ain't going. I'm scared because it's too hot. I'm still. I'm staying in it. Oh yeah, last night I thought it was through the little thing playing. Oh, husband's so competitive. Play some doing a little basketball. But anyways, do you hear jealousy? What the hell are you talking about? You want somebody to be jealous. It's so tiring. People, oh, you're a hater. That's so overly used. It's so lazy. It's so lazy to just deduce people you're a hater. Now, sometimes that's all it is with some people. No, actually, I defended once upon a time, Tariq Nasheed. Like when people were talking about, just so you know, Spirit Wonder. I used to actually, like when people were talking about criticizing Mink Slide, I was like, what's wrong with Mink Slide? I used to actually respect. And I have the videos and live stream. I used to respect. I realized it, he about that money, about that hustle. But I wasn't mad necessarily at the hustle as long as nobody really getting hurt. I'm like, so what? He want to do music. I like music. I used to, so what? Even if he was an actor, so what? Hold on now. Man, now they purposely bugging me now. People, I'm sorry, my family. But yeah, my husband put him up to ask me about if the cat is in the room with me. Man, if y'all don't stop interrupting me. What's wrong with Mackie? Dude, stop playing, okay? Stop playing. All right? Stop playing. And yeah. And I'm like this. Like I said, what I respected about Tariq Nasheed, once upon a time, I felt that he had a strong work ethic. And I really liked when after Hidden Colors 2 was released, and he talked about how Hidden Colors 2, how successful it was, even though I've never seen any commercials in mainstream media, or what was considered mainstream media at that time, promoting Hidden Colors, but yet he talked about the success and how it was up there with the documentaries, most seen purchased documentaries of the year. And I actually like that. I like the example of showing that we don't have to, what I thought was a thing of, we don't have to have a mainstream audience or appeal to the mainstream. And I like seeing that we were supporting each other in that sense. Do you understand? It's like when The Best Man hit #1 at the box office. I like seeing that we will, because there are some people feel they got to assimilate or they got to, you know what I'm saying? appeal to the mainstream. They got to change their music. They got to go in the pop direction. You know, and I like the fact that what I assumed was mostly Black people supporting Tariq Nasheed's documentary. So I felt that's a good example. That's what I felt. So I wouldn't matter, you know. And if this is what keeps him from doing all that Mac Daddy stuff, it's all good. As long as, you know, you stay going in this direction. So why would I discourage that? Right? That's, you know, that's me giving people the benefit of the doubt. It ain't about me being foolish. That's just about me trying to give people the, you know, because I don't want to discourage people if I feel they're doing the right thing and going in the right direction. Okay. But yeah, but the thing is, okay, like this AI overview, what also was pointed out, and I remember I was receiving at that time, you got to understand when my videos were rather influential at that time, and I had a good amount of Black folks listening, and people like me and some others, because we didn't really have all these. And this was even right before the Boyce Watkins crew, if you will, that's in the Nationalists that came along. And at that time, I had also began making videos confronting Tommy Sotomayor, videos that, understand, I had already by that time got over 9,000 subs, averaging about 5,000 views per video, right? And which was a big deal back then. I mean, that's nothing now. Now you got people up in here, they got like 200,000 subs and stuff. But back then, being that we didn't really have these Black sectors, the first I recall was like TRS or something. But you just had like Black individuals like myself. And once upon a time, these guys were like Obsidian, and they were trying to get my attention. Do you understand? And people like me to be a part of their panels and stuff. Now, yeah, they've hella surpassed me in subscribers. Like Obsidian, somebody just mentioned him. He would over and over try to get me to say his name and stuff. Believe it or not. Yeah, so of course there were people, yeah, and then I had began, you know, after people were telling me they wanted me to say something about Tommy Sotomayor and stuff, and when I finally know after Trayvon Martin's death, and that sparked me to respond to some of the stuff he was saying, and also he was mocking Black women that had been unalived and that or had died. Yeah, and I was already still affected by the Asia McGowan tragedy, and so I started addressing him. And so it just happened to be that Tariq Nasheed also eventually, yeah. But I noticed that around that time, and I felt like, you know, maybe even though I didn't approve of him calling him crispy, I'm like, you know, that shocked me. But then I was like, you know what? Tommy Sotomayor, he's been talking about dark-skinned women, been talking about Black women, what we choose to do with our hair as if he don't understand. You know what? Maybe this is what Tommy needs. Somebody like this to go at him, right? Maybe this is, you know, because when it's a person like me or Afro Synergy trying to reach his conscience, none of that works. So maybe he needs somebody at this comedic level to roast him. Sometimes you got to go, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what he needs, because it did seem like after that, even though Tommy was still terrible, but I noticed he chilled on referring to people as darkies because he didn't like being called crispy. And he also chilled with a lot of that talking about the hair, because now his hair is being made fun of. And now he's wearing caps, he's shaving his head bald. So then I begin to see what it was really about. Well, I already knew with Tommy. So I was like, maybe Tariq is necessary. Maybe some people, that's what they need, that to counter them. But then I noticed around that time when I was expressing, I guess you could say co-signing Tariq, I had did a video addressing Tariq Nasheed, addressing Tommy, and I said how some people, it's almost like you got to go to that level, because when it was what did Tommy do to people? Like when we just merely tried to hold up a mirror, we weren't talking about how he looked, we weren't putting him down, we weren't exposing, putting his personal information, none of that. But he came at us, he struck, you know, put a strike on my channel, and in the case of Afro Synergy, he was even going as far as threatening him. Let me see you in the streets and all this. So almost like he needed Tariq Nasheed, somebody like that, to humble him. And so I did a video responding. But then I noticed shortly after, people were coming to me And I'm now believing that one of the persons was Tommy undercover. Because understand, Tommy Sotomayor, he was for the longest inbox me or trying to get me to call into his show, and I wouldn't. He was doing that for the longest. And that's why he eventually got my channel flagged down, my original channel, which is this one I got back, but years later from one of his trolls. Yeah, but somebody, I believe that was one of Tommy's channels, and there's information that I garnered. I realized that was Tommy Sotomayor was sending me stuff on Tariq Nasheed. Because they know how I'm the type that I'm going to do the exposing and I'm going to do the questioning. They know how I am. Now, this is, they sending me, the stuff with him in Brazil and what he said. And also, I noticed it was more specifically on Black women. This person, now nobody else was sharing this information, but this person was sending me stuff on Tariq Nasheed. I now really believe that was Tommy Sotomayor. I'm just saying. But come to find out, him saying that he was gonna raise the flags of Europe. He's not a racist. He's pro-Black, but he'll raise the flags of Europe to F Hulk Hogan, racist Hulk Hogan's daughter. And what else he said? What other stuff he was saying? Talking about mixed. Since y'all want to say who started with all the, Black moms are better for mixed kids versus white moms. He was claiming that it's best if you get with a biracial, like if we're talking in the hood, get with one that got a white mom, because he said that white mothers have more respect. And it was just all kind of stuff that I didn't know that he was saying, okay, going as far. Now, some of that stuff, I'm talking about screwing white women, I could have, okay, all right, whatever. You being but him saying that white women didn't have, saying that the only people that really fought it hard in the United States were Black men and white women, saying that they were more oppressed than Black women. And then he used the Salem witch trials. And that's when I had to start addressing, like, well, hold on. And because he was giving misinformation in regards to the Salem witch trials. And that was not about white women being oppressed. That wasn't an example of white women oppression. In fact, so I had to correct him on that. In fact, this was white girls lying, wanting attention. And there was a Black woman or a woman, I believe, like of Haitian descent, who was horribly beat because of these white girls' lies in regards to, I had to give some correction on the Salem witch trials. And he went as far as saying that all that the Black woman had to do during slavery was sleep with the white man. And he actually said that wasn't so bad. So just so you know, Zor TV, Tituba, right. Just so you know, I confronted that right away. I did a live stream, like, what's this about? And understand at that time, within a matter of hours, my live stream or my videos are live streamed, it would blow up to like 3,000 views within like an hour or so. And so then when I began to wonder if that was Tommy Sotomayor, because there's a reason why I suspected it was Tommy, the channel that it came from, when I found out about that channel. I come to find out that was one of Tommy's channels. But anyways, so then I had put the video on like private or, but I left it up for a minute and it blew up right away. People respond, right away. But I put it on private. And so then there were certain Black women, they were upset with me. They were disappointed. They felt that I let Black men bully me into putting the video on private. And no, that was not it at all. That wasn't it at all. And it was already out there now. So I was one of the initial people. There was also this guy, keyboard musician. So I was one of the initial people who dared to expose and question Tariq Nasheed on some things. But I moved on, you know what I'm saying? And plus, Soto Nation, they were out of control. But the thing is, you got to question. Now, it says that Tariq Nasheed, hold on. It said that, I had also learned that Tariq Nasheed, this was also what was shared, he got his start, AI Overview states that he got his start in media and television after being discovered by Michael Moores in the late 1990s. This is what the AI Overview says, where he got his start. And it says, now, if you know anything about Michael Moore, now why am I talking about this? Know anything about Michael Moore? Okay. It said Michael Moore hired him to do political satire and interviews, most notably giving Nasheed his first acting credit in the 2000 episode Taxi Driver of Moore's mockumentary TV series, The Awful Truth. Okay. And The Awful Truth, if I'm to share with you here, The Awful Truth. Yeah, now this, and that's at the time, and understand when I did used to vote, I used to, back when I did involve myself in politics, even though I was taught by Jehovah's Witnesses that, they explained to me why we should not, support these worldly government, but I still felt I got to exercise my right to vote. So when I did used to vote, I no longer, but when I did used to vote, I considered myself a conservative Democrat. That's how I kind of would describe myself. So I did used to vote Democrat. It wasn't about me being so supportive of the Democratic Party and stuff. It also had to do with how I was raised and considering my mother was, and I just, whoever I felt was more for the people, more for the children. It wasn't about, you understand what I'm saying, me having a loyalty to a party. It just, me, I'm just one of those people who consider, community. Also, as a person who's done volunteer work myself, being that I was influenced by my mother, who was with the, affiliated with the Panthers and all of that. Yeah. But so, and I did find myself, and you got to remember, even though now when we think of these truthers, a lot of times we do think of these Republican right-wing conservatives, but it was initially, at least definitely when we're thinking around the time of 9/11 and after that, it did seem like initially, hard to believe, but one of the initial, if you will, truthers. Now, yeah, I could take it back further back, even before what's his name, William Cooper. But now when we think of these so-called truthers and conspiracy theorists, we think of these so-called right-wing conservatives. But if you can recall, at least when we're talking from the early 2000s, you had like those who definitely were Democrat, progressive even. And Michael Moore definitely was an example. And it's so interesting that Tariq Nasheed, when you learn about, Michael Moore, that's what's so interesting. Now, I remember my husband and I remember us going, before we were married, we would go, and I remember us, we definitely with capitalism, because you remember at that time, I don't know, eventually now when we think of these so-called truthers and conspiracy theorists, and you think right-wing conservative Republican, but what's interesting back then, or at least at that time, you have this person who's this Democrat that supposedly, he was definitely Michael Moore. Yeah, now I never saw myself as what they now see as liberal. I've always had, I guess you could say, what they believe are more conservative values because of me being a Bible believer. So I never saw myself as left-wing, although I would be more likely to vote. Well, when I did vote, I did only, it just happened to be the candidates were Democrat. I'm just keeping it real. But yeah. And you remember, and actually, when he did the Bowling for Columbine, I was out there. I didn't know that there was, some filming. I was out there in Madison, Wisconsin, advocating on behalf of working mothers. I had no idea that, later there would be this film. No, I'm not in it, but I was out there in Madison, Wisconsin. This was after you had the personal responsibility welfare, because I had a situation where I had to be lawyer for a friend of mine who nearly lost custody of her kids. Her kids were taken because, she was working and she had the children under her, like 11-year-old. People don't, I had to work, she had to work, but her 11-year-old son, he was very, very responsible. I know it sounds crazy, but she had her younger kid, but she had to work all these, and so to keep her from, because I knew what she was going through. And I know, because we had a custody battle for my niece. So I told her, I'm going to make sure you get your children back. And I was like a lawyer on her behalf. And I helped this friend and I advocated. And this was in the 90s. And I made sure she got, so after that, that got me more into advocacy for working moms, you know? And so I was definitely out there. They even interviewed me for working moms in Madison, Wisconsin, because you had the influence of Governor Tommy Thompson. He was governor at that time. Okay. He's moved up to the U.S. Senate. And this was after the Personal Responsibility Act that was passed around, what was that, 96? The Welfare Reform Act under Bill Clinton. And that was a Democratic president, and it had a great impact. I think that had actually a bigger impact than the Food Stamp Act of 1964, which we, say a lot of people believe that is what led to the downfall of the relationship between black men and black women. I'm gonna tell you, I believe what happened in 1994. We don't talk about, or what was that? No, the personal responsibility, was that 96? Oh my gosh. We don't talk about that enough. And that also came with those stricter child support laws. I have always said over and over that I definitely believe that had a direct effect on the relations between black men and black women. Okay, because that also came with those stricter child support laws. I've talked about this, but I'm trying to hurry through and making my point or points. Okay, yeah. Yeah, right. See, that's the thing. When I was a child, my mom would be, and my mother, being of that era, she kind of spoke with pretty good regards for like the JFK. But understand, although she was black, and affiliated with militants, the way that she talked about that short period when JFK was president, and she kind of had respect for people like Bobby Kennedy, even though, with what I know now, I may see things a little differently. Give me a second. Okay, excuse me. It's gonna be some back and forth because this back workroom is where people got stuff stored. Okay. Yeah. Press 1 if you can hear me loud enough, clear enough. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. Getting back. Yeah. But anyways. Yeah. So I found myself very much when I saw Bowling for Columbine, and then of course Fahrenheit 9/11, and I was already a person, reading publications, Dick Gregory. So I definitely was on that theorist tip on a lot of things. That's why when the whole thing with Bill Cosby happened, I knew I wasn't surprised. These were things I had already expected would happen. Like with Michael Jackson, because I was already up on it. You understand what I'm saying? I can't say that I got all into like William Cooper like that, but I was definitely aware. And some of these people, I also believe, are misinformation agents who have been set up to appear as if they are truthers. Like, I don't trust Alex Dice. I don't, and that's also is when those people are. That's when you begin to associate it more with right wing. But yeah, you've had the conspiracy theorists, if you want to call them truthers, on both ends. Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you. You say, why are you listening to these white folks? Honey, nobody can expose white people better than other white people. They know their people. Do you hear what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm going to listen. Yeah, I will listen to William Cooper, even if we aren't on the same page on this, and that. All right? So, but I'm not, okay, like even in the case, now you won't see me exactly high five and no David Duke. All right? But that nobody can be a whistleblower. White racists know white racists. You understand what I'm saying? But initially, you had people like Jane Elliott, and they're all, don't get me wrong, they're all questioning. Who's that one guy? Who's that one that one guy in more recent years? The one white guy. He's like a white male equivalent to like Jane Elliott. Oh, I can't think of his name. Tim. Gosh. Yeah, Mark Dice, he is a straight up, I believe he's a straight misinformation agent. Mark Dice, Alex Jones. Alex Jones is just, what I believe, they take out the quote unquote real and they give you someone to fill, because they know that we're still going to be talking about these things. They know that the people are still going to be, they're not going to forget what they learned, let's say, from a William Cooper. So they got to set up the controlled opposition. That's what I believe. These misinformation, disinformation agents. Tim Wise. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Tim Wise. Yeah, he's kind of questionable too. But they eat the meat, spit out the bones. But yeah. But anyways, it's interesting that now this was very interesting that I found out that of all people, Tariq Nasheed is in a documentary. Now, I can't say that I'm familiar with this one. And I thought I saw most of Michael Moore's documentary. I'm going to have to check this out. I'm going to have to find this. What's this? The Awful Truth? I can't say that Taxi Driver, The Awful Truth, contains segments, Whitey Can't Ride, Low Hills for Ho Hills and Male Apartheid. Now, don't get me wrong. Like Tariq Nasheed, Michael Moore also has that little sense of humor. You talk about serious things, but also with a little sense of humor. Like when he had the little cartoon in Bowling for Columbine on the history of white America. He too, just like how Tariq Nasheed may use a little satire, a little, cartoons even, or puppets or whatever. And I kind of can dig that. Just like I said, the reason I share Kent Hovind's seminars on debunking evolution is because he uses a little humor. And I feel, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that though, Azure TV. I've only known about Alex Jones, however, and I think I heard of him going back to the 90s, but I didn't really know of him until, I guess you could say, more recent years, like I guess like after 2008. But I believe I knew of him or heard of him going back to like the late 90s, maybe, or early 2000s. Oh, you say you met Tim Wise in person? Oh, okay. There's certain things, of course, there's nobody I'm going to agree with 100%. There's things that you kind of question. And who was that one guy, the one with the accent, who would be talking about the serpent people? He's somebody, he's kind of a little over the top. Like, yeah, when they go into talking about clones and all that stuff, like there were people like, Nasheed, well, how come you don't, those ones, I usually don't go there, or with the flat earthers. Yeah, you got to be careful with them flat earthers. I ain't gonna lie. The first person that got me to really think about it was Thoughts, Camera, Action. But now that he has flipped, and I heard what happened with Jamar and Godfrey, I don't know. Them flat earthers, they be serious. They be serious. But I'm like, I don't see the relevance. So what's the point, though? What's the conspiracy, though? What's the point of lying about it? That can't convince me of, Yeah, David Icke. Yeah, he's a little, but you know what? He may not be. I think that he may be saying what he truly believes, and I think they use him as an example because of course, it's easy to see him as being crazy or over the top. But yeah, again, it's just really interesting. Now, I haven't seen this, that he's in this. Yep, and I'm convinced that was Tommy. I became convinced. I can't exactly explain to you why I know that person that was giving me was Tommy Sotomayor. Because you understand, Tommy Sotomayor, he used to do that a lot. He would set up troll accounts. He was always coming into my channel. He was always coming into the quote-unquote black sector. Like if I was doing a live stream with him, he was always trying to join in, get on the panel. But yeah, now, like you see TJ, that was Tommy. I believe that was definitely Tommy Sotomayor. And he knew that at that time, I had a certain amount of people listening to me. So, and seeing how quickly the video I did do reacting on impulse. Because you know, with the whole thing with Tommy and Tariq, even though I do still think they pretty much got the same puppet masters, but that don't mean that they're directly working together. But you got to remember, these guys did have lunch together with Zoe Williams. Remember? And I remember somebody, and this showed me that with the clip where Tariq Nasheed is telling Tommy to keep doing what you're doing in YouTube. And we know that by that time, Tommy was definitely talking. He was definitely on the coon train, but he was mostly going at black women. So Tariq Nasheed was okay with that. Yeah, well, they were having lunch. You see, because it was something around that time, 2010, 11. You had the Corey Holcomb, the Zoe Williams show. You had, that's when you had some of these quote unquote celebrities or Z-list or wannabe radio personalities or whatever coming into YouTube, like Tommy Sotomayor and stuff. And they became the more prominent voices for what became Black YouTube, right? Now I remember you already had like the Hodge twins, but yeah, they weren't exactly raccooning though. They were just doing like 4 men content, But I noticed, it was the little luncheon where they showed Tommy, Zoe Williams, the director of Diary of a Tired Black Man, and that was interesting because that had became popular. Because remember, I told you what also made me do my first video was the gender disputes I noticed me going back to college with a younger generation. And I realized that this younger generation, or those like late Gen X's and millennials, they were being very much influenced by, sad to say, a lot of guys of my generation in social media and in media, like whether Tariq in his books or whatever. Now, they had already been listening to over a decade of, rap songs and stuff, and, bitches ain't shit. But I was realizing, that this was, when I went back to college with a younger generation, the effect that it was having. And it's interesting. You had a guy who was behind the Diary of a Tired Black Man. They all ended up falling off with Tommy, though. But they were all obviously having lunches together. Eventually got Corey Holcomb, 5150. I believe, I don't care what he says, I believe he's a plant too. Even though he want to seem as if, he represents the underground, those who didn't go mainstream because they didn't bend over or whatever. Yeah, I believe he's a plant too. But yeah, again, getting back to this with Michael Moore, I think it's very, very interesting. Did I open it up? Oh, I thought I shared it. I think this is very, very interesting.
Pimp, I'm a pimp, but you can tell him the attitude. I even wrote a book on it.
And apologize.
Now, even though, understand, I hate that I'm sharing something that Tommy overlooked, because Tommy, he's a demon. Okay, I'm just sharing from this. This is the only place I can find this little clip.
Politician doesn't.
Now, even though Michael Moore would use humor, I still took his documentaries as being more serious. So why would Michael Moore have someone pretending to be a pimp? Do you understand what I'm saying? That's kind of questionable. Let's say if I would have seen this documentary before knowing of Tariq Nasheed, I would have assumed that this is a pimp, right? And around that time, you did have in the early 2000s, you had these documentaries like American Pimp, Pimps Up, Hoes Down, exploring into the minds of pimps. Now, of course, we have books dating back to the 60s, 70s, Iceberg Slim, that people have been influential on, like blaxploitation, what was called blaxploitation, what was stereotyped as blaxploitation. But now, I don't know what it was in the 2000s, early 2000s, with this almost like glorification of the pimp culture, the underground pimp culture, more specifically Black pimp culture, because we could talk about the Hugh Hefners and all of them, the OG pimps, if you will.
Until now.
Anybody can say there's a pimp. I go to
And a couple hundred makes money the easy way, 100 hard way. Whereas a politician like Senator Frank Murkowski makes money the easy way, $120,000 a year from us, and a couple $100,000 more from hard-up oil executives. Actually, the only difference between a prostitute and a politician is that a prostitute has a pimp keeping an eye on her, and a politician doesn't. Until now.
Anybody can say there's a pimp. I go to a club, and a lot of young guys, I'm a pimp, I'm a pimp, I'm a pimp. But you can tell them the attitude. I even wrote a book on the game, man. I got a book. I'm one of the 5 pimps in history to actually have a book about the game. That's why I'm so well known around the country, besides my impeccable pimping skills.
So do you think the way I'm looking at this is off, or do you think it's on? I mean, it's because I look at Congress, I see them selling themselves out. We've tried so many things to get some order. Yeah, well, it's all failed. So you're like the last resort, all right? Yeah. If you can go down there as our pimp and bring some order to this house of ill repute, I think America would applaud you.
Will America applaud a pimp? I'm gonna show them how to pimp.
Yes. If you do this, if you slap them around a bit and get them, knock some sense into their head, and at the very least, if they're going to be whores for the people.
Okay, well, I would pimp for America. How about that?
You would pimp for America. Okay, I understand that Michael Moore used humor, but I would think that if I didn't know Tariq Nasheed and stuff, I would think that, how would I know that this is just satire? How would I know that? And he's being introduced, as Tariq K-Flex Nasheed. Obviously, this film came out in the year, it says 2000, or this film or whatever, this doc, it's listed as a documentary. The Awful Truth. Wait, why is it also saying Taxi Driver? The Awful Truth. It's saying that it came out in 2000. How the heck would I know that this is a satire? That right there was a satire. I would think that he's, interviewing a real pimp. Was Tariq Nasheed wanting to be seen as a pimp? Was he actually a pimp? Yeah, Ms. On. So this is very questionable. And then also you got to consider that he is with, now did Michael Moore know that this was just, did he want us to believe that this is an actual, why is he even pretending to be a pimp? Okay, I get it. You're trying to make a point, on who the real pimps are versus the pimps, and they're all pimps, and you understand, but at least this pimp acknowledges that he's a pimp, pimping the people, unlike, let's say, the politician, blah, 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 blah. All right, but still, this is still very questionable. And remember, Michael Moore, if you know anything about Michael Moore was definitely left-leaning, he's described as a progressive American film director, producer, screenwriter, and author. He definitely represents the Democratic Party, the progressives, in fact. So, but this is the person who gave Tariq Nasheed his first break into Hollywood or into media. Okay, wait, hold on. And that says 2000. What year did the Art of Mackin and his books, his publications? wait, hold on. Who is distracting? Spirit Wonder, I'm telling you, not gonna be. But you notice how he's talking heavily against the Democrats. And understand, I no longer support. I never really even did then. I just wanted to exercise my right to vote. But I never really saw myself. There's no way I would have supported Republicans. But I never saw myself as like, oh, I'm pro-Democrat. I just, if I voted, I would. Because I had been taught from a young child, being that I went to the Kingdom Hall with my auntie and uncle, that why we shouldn't be too involved at all in worldly politics. So I always kind of knew, but being the person I was, I'm going to exercise my right to vote. But at the same time, I could never call myself liberal or what they consider liberal, because I am not pro-choice at all. I'm totally pro-life. So I still have very much what you may, as a Bible believer, consider conservative views. Okay. So of course I can't be down with Michael Moore, and you understand what I'm saying? But I did like his films, like on capitalism. But at the same time, you got to beware of those who may be, almost, Marxist leaning too. You understand what I'm saying? Not saying that he's a Marxist, but yeah, this is very interesting. So how do we go from, hold on a second. So how do we go from, okay, yeah, if we go further back with Tariq Nasheed, yeah, how do we go from him doing, it's about Mac lessons, how to pick up women, multiple women, and if you listen, if I were to play some of the audio from some of them, like talking about getting with young females and all that stuff, if we were to really, really go back, yeah, some of that stuff that was said was real disturbing. You know, talking about 18 when they PSSY still spell like P and all that. But how do you go? But see, the Tariq Nasheed we knew for the most part, you know, and see, it also really helped him look like he was on, let's say, our side or the pro-black side, because he was going at coons and he had the hidden colors, going at coons and, you know, doing the coon roast and preparing coon trade. But this was him. And I thought that I was older. Going by Wikipedia, I thought I might have been a little bit older than Tariq Nasheed. But come to find out, he may be like an early Gen Xer. Because what is this? They said let's go back to 1990. I was still in high school in 1990. It was my latter years in high school, but I was still in high school in 1990. So I'm like, what? Seriously? Who is Cosmo Flex? What? MC Crispy and Cosmo Flex. Let's talk about winches. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Around that time, 1990, I was in high school trying to write my little, you know, thinking I can take on the, or going back to the 80s. But I was still a kid. I was still, well, he looked like a grown man here. Like, wait a minute. Tariq Nasheed might be a little older than what I thought. And yeah, now when you're a kid, you do with the scriptures, you do childish things. But when you get at a certain age, you know, like definitely like by 25 or whatever, you kind of really by 21, like when people saying, oh, Eminem was just a kid when he said that stuff. No, I had to show that he was 21 years old. Don't fall for that. And Eminem's older than me too. Not by much, but I was in high school when he was like, he was, when you are a certain age, you pretty much establishing where the direction your mind is. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that will change you, like especially when it comes to a stance on such things, especially we're talking like race relations, unless you've had a seriously traumatic experience or a religious experience. Or some people had to say love. Oh, I fell in love, so I tell you, oh, please. Hey, Drea. Come on, the way that these people, you can't, have they found religion? No. Have they had a spiritual, like Saul on the road to Damascus, changed his name to Paul? Did they have an experience like that? No, absolutely no. And then you see them changing even after they change. Well, into their 30s and 40s, they flip-flop. Now, don't get me wrong. There are things now that, you know, what I said maybe 10 years ago, now me understanding that we should represent as Yasharel more so than black. Yeah, but it really is something spiritual. I'm not saying it's something that I'm ready to do yet, because I'm still very much addicted to black culture and blackness. It's cool still to me. So understand, it ain't about me jumping on the coon train. But these people ain't had no sort of spiritual awakening. And can you say that Tariq Nasheed has had some traumatic, and like, has he had a really negative encounter, let's say with Haitians or Jamaicans or Nigerians? Can you no? Anytime he has went to the African continent, he always talks, or when he go to these other countries, he talks like he's had a great experience. Okay. He is not. There's no bunch of Haitians calling him dirty. But guess what? Cosmo Flex. He showed how many times? Hold on, Tariq Nasheed. How many times has he been referring to people as dusty? Particularly Black Americans, dusty pocket watches, dusty hoteps. He was saying dusty before Cynthia G took that from him. I'm not saying taking away responsibility from him, but she, she's a biter like that. Just like when he was calling Tommy Crispy, then Cynthia G was calling Tommy the Crispy Coon. Because Cynthia G is a biter herself. So she started using that term dusty. Dusty dudes, dusty. How many times? Now, this is him, I'm not saying that we can't confront this stuff, but how many times? I think I've heard Tariq Nasheed call people dusty and even implying Black Americans being lazy with talking about and I'm not saying things shouldn't be called out. We need to be doing, instead of just talking. He's right. But I'm just saying, y'all claim y'all so offended you heard Haitians. Doggone ain't no Haitians came up to you calling you lazy because, some call it nobody knows. Yeah, he's got a ton of videos talking about bedwenches and dusty, and he's all about, Black Americans. He was doing videos like this for years. How we name Black Americans, name our children. But yeah, how we go from, and if you listen to this interview here, and this looked like if this is 1990 and that's how he's looking, I was still in high school. He was a fully grown man here. I see a fully grown man. But yeah, like I said, so when he came in, so initially he was on that whole, and that's another thing too. He was part of this crew that was spreading these narratives about Black women. Because at first I didn't understand why he said that Tommy Sotomayor was like, even though he was confronting Tommy Sotomayor on raccooning, but that's only because Tommy Sotomayor, he initially said he had no issue with Tommy Sotomayor. He told Tommy, keep doing what you're doing. But when Tommy Sotomayor personally came at him and daring him to go at the ish people, trying to set somebody up, that's when he had an issue with Tommy. Otherwise, he could have continued all day talking about, because it was a minute before he even decided to put him on the coon train. But I noticed that he had said in his initial roast of Tommy that Tommy's one of my bastard children. And I didn't quite catch on what he was saying, but yeah, he was saying that a lot of Tommy took his talking point, and I can understand, like, I noticed there's certain things that I've said in defense of Black women that people like Cynthia G and Nala took and ran with it, but they were just about bashing Black men. That was never me. I was just about really debunking lies and defending and supporting Black women. But yeah, the whole thing that, the issues with Black men and women started with Oprah Winfrey and lies. And I understand I'm not an Oprah supporter. Oprah Winfrey shows mainly had white people on them. Okay? There are things, of course, I am not with an Oprah fan. And just like I didn't support Bill Cosby and what he said with the whole pound cake statement. However, I'm not going to lie about there's no need to exaggerate or lie on anything about Bill Cosby. The way they're trying to make it like he was this coon and all that, that's a lie. And Oprah, no, I don't think she really care about Black folks like that. But I'm not going to go along with this narrative that she had these shows. And I'm going to say this over and over again. Okay, that's not true. Usually when she showed dysfunctional families on the Oprah Winfrey show, they were usually white people. It was actually white men looking bad. In fact, you would be more likely to see, if you did see that black dysfunction, that was more so Sally Jesse Raphael and Ricky Lake now. Oprah's show actually was showing more white dysfunction. That stuff that they're talking about, that was more so in the 2000s, like with the guy on the down low and all that. That was like more going into the 2000s. You definitely seen Oprah Winfrey, a different person, her and Gayle King. I don't know. It's just something more so about the 2000s agenda. If you notice, in the 90s, you ain't hear black men complain about Oprah Winfrey. They didn't care. Yeah, they talked about movies like The Color Purple. They're also thinking of these movies, The Women of Brewster plays, Color Purple. That's what they're thinking of, some of the roles that she played. But as in, you know, the way they were talking about the talk show for years. And also these claims that black women teamed up with white feminists in the 70s. And that is totally, totally not true. Okay? I'm not talking about, yes, we could talk about the Combahee River Collective. We could talk about, no, in general, black women, white women were unsuccessful in getting black women to become a part of their movement. They, just like I showed you, they've written books on how they were unsuccessful because black women, for the most part, saw it as whitey's thing. And usually the black women who were, like the Michelle Wallaces and stuff, as Winifred Bryan said, they were usually in the closet, or they had came out the closet or were in the process of coming out. Like I said, you have black women supporting these white feminists for the same reason you had black men, like in these militant groups supporting the white feminists. Oh yeah, you oppressed. They're all oppressed by the man. Yes, you had Black Panthers supporting white feminists even. Now, I do believe that people like Dick Gregory, who was marching with Gloria Steinem and stuff, I think he had sincere intentions. And they didn't know, you know. They probably did see white women as also being equally oppressed or whatever. I don't know. But for the most part, those ones that were supporting white women, they were supporting for the same reason. The black women supporting just like the black men. So they were sleeping with them. These black women were sleeping with white women. Let's just keep it real. That's for the most part. But Michelle Wallace herself, who was with Gloria Steinem, she said this going into the 80s. She said she felt alone as a black feminist, you know, because black women didn't have a back for the most part. They felt that that was whitey's thing. But have we been influenced by white feminists? Absolutely. Even if you don't see yourself as one, absolutely. The way we now see abortion, the way we now, you know, just like black men have definitely been influenced by white men and their idea of patriarchy that does not coincide with the scriptures. You know, like Sister Radical, she, you know, made a really good point and pointed, just as we talk about the sexual revolution and its influence on females, also when you consider men, like around that time with the James Bond movies, James Bond never being married, he was kind of like a player. These ideas of macho, misogyny, yeah, they've also had influence just as, yeah, so we show now, whether or not we call ourselves feminists or not, it'd be a lie to say that we haven't been influenced by these ideas of femininity and womanhood and motherhood and all of that and family. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but I noticed what was going on in YouTube. And these guys, now when I think about it, they have been participating, like with the Corey Holcomb. And that's when you start, because you already had these personalities like the Sergeant Willie Pete and YouTube. And it seemed like after the Asia McGowan tragedy, you know, just, but still the Cosmo or Tariq Nasheed that we know was the Hidden Colors guy. But then how does he go from Hidden Colors? And you remember initially when he was confronting Tucker Carlson. Now, remember 9 years ago, he supposedly, you know, look, it says radio host, Trump's cabinet. This is with Fox News. Trump's cabinet is Nazi influence, right? This was Tariq Nasheed 9-10 years ago. radio host and Black Lives Matter sympathizer Tariq Nasheed says many of President-elect Trump's administration picks. Wait, hold on, why don't we click in that? Okay, I'm not trying to.
Good evening and welcome to Well, maybe from people like our next guest. Tariq joins us now. Tariq, thanks for coming on. So I looked at a list of the president-elect's cabinet appointments. Which one of them throws up Nazi salutes, literally, as you said?
Well, no. Well, Steve Bannon, he's associated with that alt-right organization, which is really nothing more than a sect of white supremacy. And those alt-right people, they were in a federal building at the Ronald Reagan building, throwing up Nazi salutes in the Steve Spencer. All of these, not Steve Spencer, but Richard Spencer. All of these guys are basically open white supremacists who practices Nazism. So, and Trump is associated with that, just like Reverend Wright was associated with Barack Obama.
Well, wait a second.
Him for that.
You don't say he was associated.
Yeah.
Now you see he's defending Obama here, and I remember too when he was going at Omarosa for just working for Donald Trump, right? Remember, like 10 years ago? Yeah, but it says radio host and Black Lives Matter sympathizer Tariq Nasheed says many of the President-elect Trump's administration picks come from white supremacist alt-right movement. Tucker wants to see the evidence. So now we can say, yeah, people can change their minds over the years. Maybe they've, okay. Oh, now in all these years, it took him being in his 40s to realize that, oh, the Democrats are no good for us, right? Because he was definitely connected with Democrats like Michael Moore, who helped give him one of his first breaks into mainstream media. And Michael Moore, the director, is a progressive. He represents the progressive left. But now that was the Tariq Nasheed with the low haircut, the more believable hairline. But now the Tariq Nasheed with the Jermaine Jackson kind of appeal. I don't know what happened. But now understand, this was Tucker Carlson and him then. But now Tucker Carlson is saluting.
It was actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican. He is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting in their words that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery. Not a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but like they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years. So I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've 100%. You've got a point of view that is legitimate. I think.
Yeah.
And someone rolls in from Ghana and gets an MSNBC slot and starts speaking on behalf of black people. It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's a fair perspective. Right. I think.
And so it's good to actually see them call.
Yeah, but anyways, and then Tariq Nasheed eventually even responds. Like he was glad to get this shout out. I like those foundational Black American guys. I like Tariq Nasheed. But when you think about it, has Tariq Nasheed been affiliated with Fox News all along? Same with Cynthia G. Now, Cynthia G, most of us just learned about her through Boyce Watkins' channel. Now, she may have already had a presence, but I'm talking when most of us knew about her through his platform. Okay? Now, whether or not Boyce Watkins knew that she was a plan or agent, whatever, I don't know. But I'm just saying. With Cynthia G, aka Synergy, also coming up in here under the guise of pro-blackness. And she ended up being supposedly a counter to a lot of the manosphere, Negro manosphere. And some people could say, oh, she was just, but she's calling black men bullet bags and making mockery of black men. And yeah, even though she too, just like Tommy Sotomayor, or just like Tariq Nasheed, she too went at the coons who were supposedly the crystalline Garrisons. Remember, that's to make it appear like she's one of the good guys. But just like Tariq Nasheed, they kind of don't look like what you usually picture with the pro-black, the way they choose to dress. But still, that's the thing. Cynthia G, she may be relatable to sisters who, let's say, still wear bundles in their hair, still choose to wear their makeup in a certain manner. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just like Tariq Nasheed, he still kind of has a look that's still kind of relatable to that hip hop, do you understand, influenced Black audience. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's crazy how it's these ones that presented so as, and I noticed she, just like Tariq Nasheed, I remember Cynthia G, when she was talking on the pro-black, the evil albinoid, Caucasoids, white supremacy, hunky sucker pig, she too felt the need, just like Tariq Nasheed, to say, I'm not pro-black, to let it be known. I'm like saying, so don't expect me to have a certain responsibility. For some reason, back when she was presenting pro-black, she felt the need to announce that she was not pro-black. And think about it. Even though most of us didn't know who the heck Cynthia G was, we just knew that she was this person, you know, Boyce Watkins China. She was real strong going at the evil albinoid Caucasoid. She was real at going at white supremacy. She eventually got her own channel, separate from Boyce Watkins. I mean, that we knew of. She probably already was in YouTube. I'm just saying, by the time we got to know her. But notice, of all the people, I noticed that she too was able, just like Tariq Nasheed, to have interviews with Fox News affiliates and stuff like. They both had interviews with Jesse Lee Peterson. Now, how is this person that nobody really know in YouTube, how are they getting these interviews with, you know, people affiliated with Fox? Who are they? Who are they? See, were they affiliates all along? And eventually, Cynthia G ends up on Fox Soul Panel. So are they deep down? Has he always been friends with Tucker Carlson and he just, you know, pretending or just going along with a script? So now you got him. He's getting shout outs from Tucker Carlson and Tariq is responding. And notice when he addressed Ibrahim Traore. When he addressed Ibrahim Traore, if you remember, when he first addressed him, you know, the leader of Burkina Faso and also one of the leaders in the Sahel Alliance, West Africa, you know, and they what they're trying to do and cutting off from the West, Western control and colonialism. And y'all got to understand, I do believe that a lot of the uranium goes into, you know, nuclear military defense, you know, that's needed, comes out of, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong. So them cutting off from the West means cutting off certain resources and access to resources. Do you understand what I'm saying? But anyways, when Tariq Nasheed, about a year ago, initially decides to address Ibrahim Traore. Now, he knew, being that he is somebody who say how black folks need to stand up and resist, and it's not, he knew he couldn't really say nothing against Ibrahim Traore at the time. Right? Because he would have definitely been seen as a raccoon. But notice that when he's initially addressing Ibrahim Traore, notice that he got the flags, he's mocking, he's wearing, now, come on. Tariq Nasheed usually don't dress like this, but now he's just really, not only is he has the FBA flag in the center, but he's wearing the Cuban American flag. Now we have not even, now why is he so patriotic and we have not yet even received reparations? But he's so, I don't even think this is how he really would dress. Has he ever like felt the need to wear, you know, a jacket like this? On one side, he has a Cuban American flag. On the other side, he got the flag going back to 1776, almost as if he's sending, you got to pay attention to this stuff. Okay, yeah. It's like he's sending this message to the powers that be watching that, yeah, I got to speak on, because of course people would expect what you got to say about Ibrahim Traore. And he knew it wasn't the time yet. But it's like, if I'm going to speak, I got to be wearing the symbols. I got to represent. He's not wearing the red, black, and green. He's not representing what happened to Melanoid Nation. But this is purely, you know, United States patriotism. And I'll say, what's wrong with that? Okay, but this is the same person. You know, could we have at least received reparations or something? Yeah, he's making sure that he's letting the powers that be. So almost like he's sending a symbol what I really represent and stand for. If I am to, when he initially addressed Ibrahim Traore, and then he found another reason, then he addressed them again. Is Ibrahim Traore selling out to Russia? Now he high-fived or pretty much was giddy about what, so he was able to find something. And I'm not saying that, you know, I know that I can't be following any of these world leaders, black or whatever they are. But there's a time and place to speak on things. But yeah, you see, this is a slick way, you know, show him, see, he's shaking hands with the white man, with the Asian man. Yeah, no, this was his slick way. Even though, wait, hold on. Even though you've been shaking hands. Come on, Tariq. Come on, Tariq. Come on, stop playing, dude. Stop playing, dude. Let's stop playing. But anyways, this is a slick little way. See, I'm telling you what's going on. And it's interesting how now, and I knew, I said, well, they're going to turn up the heat on the Haitians. I knew it. It's just like I said, I told y'all, he's going to be the primary, you know, going to be going more so at Africans, more specifically Africans of that Sahel region. You know, like sub-Saharan West Africans, like, you know, like Nigerians and stuff. I told you why I believe that is. But now, you know, and also he's going at the Haitians. Why would he? Now, this person who has called out Donald Trump as representing white supremacy and neo-Nazis and all of that. So why is he co-signing? Oh, because a caller, some caller nobody knows, has no power in our life. A caller said something that offended him, responding to him talking about people fleeing. So somebody responds back, well, you fled too. So that's a reason for him to take what Donald Trump says to make mockery of people in general. So he's got them like they're grilling a cat or whatever the hell this is. So he's going along with what Donald Trump said in mocking an entire demographic of people. Why would you do that? This is the same person. Yeah, now remember, hidden history of, make sure this is sped up. This is the same person years ago who basically was sending a message to not, almost like, oh yeah, and he got Professor James Smalls talking here. So of course, Professor James Smalls, if he was sincere in what he believed, of course he expect for him to still agree with him. So I guess you're done using him and people like him for your documentary, huh? Of course, you expected that Professor that he would be still rolling with you when you were talking totally differently a minute ago. But I guess the rest of the people, like, what's that one dude? I guess they don't care. Hey, you could talk, you know, diss Africa and these other nations. I guess they don't care. As long as they still, you know, have access to your audience through your documentaries, as long as they still getting paid and, you know, well, but at least, you know, Professor Smalls, you know, and I'm not saying I agree with him on everything as a Bible believer, but at least he's like, no, I disagree. I don't approve of this. And you know clearly why he don't approve of it. But this was Tariq Nasheed like nearly 10 years ago. Of course, you got to pay for his history lessons.
Whoop the Spaniards, beat up the French, knock down the British.
The Haitians have a pride.
Talking about the Haitians and saying the Haitians, he talked like he was rather fond of the Haitians. And he had a respect for the Haitians in general.
About them. The revolution is the most important thing to them. The first thing they instill in you is that you are the first Black Republic.
1804 becomes important because it's the date at which the implementation of the dream of real revolution and real equality and new nation.
Okay, I want to. Yeah, there you go. Wait, oh no. Yeah, it opens up with, look at that. Opens up pretty much with Professor Smalls. Y'all wrong as hell. Y'all, you really wrong. Oh, but I guess he started it, right? No, he just disapproved of what you're doing.
And new nation status and the ability to defend a new nation is manifest.
When you look at modern historians, when they talk about victories that Europeans had over non-white people, they always frame the narrative as victories. But when African people rise up and fight off the European oppressors, they frame the narrative as a massacre.
Yeah, and also he had part of a trailer where he was talking on, what they show you of Haiti today, and like basically don't go for the propaganda of showing them as impoverished and this and that. And then, he wants us to know that there was more to the history. But now this is how he's regarding Haiti. And then he has the audacity, after making money off the history and legacy of Haiti, he has the audacity to say, what has Haiti contributed to the U.S.? He has the audacity. And wow, if that ain't bold, the nerve. The nerve. Again, you got Megyn Kelly. Go back to Haiti. You won't assimilate this and that. Go back to Haiti. Yeah. They have an issue with Haitians not only being black, but what the AC is not assimilating. And now hear him.
Boy, that right there, when Megyn Kelly went in, and Megyn Kelly's a white supremacist,
Yeah.
We're not surprised, but boy.
Yeah, but you celebrate her. You laughing. We hear you laughing and giggling like the little hoe you are, celebrating this. And she don't sound no different than y'all. That's another thing. You just did a whole video crying about Roland Martin, saying that y'all sound the exact same as white nationalists. And you just said Megyn Kelly is a white supremacist. Everything Megyn Kelly said, y'all be saying. Y'all FBA bozo say. So y'all no different. You just debunked your whole self.
Shout out to Haven Bernardez.
You just proved Roland Martin right by you sitting here right now playing that clip of Megyn Kelly. You can't be this stupid.
Yeah, and then
you can be, and your audience is.
That broke a lot of hearts. She went in on the Haitians.
He went in.
That broke a lot of hearts.
That didn't break no hearts, because nobody who's actually Haitian in America care about what Megyn Kelly got to say. See, that might have broke your heart if Megyn Kelly would have said black people in America need to go back to Africa. That would have definitely
they've been saying that.
Broke your heart. You would have been here crying, so you can't cry no more, trying to explain.
I don't think he'd care. To be honest, I really don't think he'd care.
How black people.
That broke a lot of hearts, because remember, the Haitians and all these people were telling us ain't no racism.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was on the north side of Chicago with a bunch of Haitians and Jamaicans. I'm sorry. All this, stop lying. Stop exaggerating. Stop. There are always going to be those who talk like that. There are always going to be those who are pitted against us to feel as if the harder workers are better than. And you got that even within our communities. I had an uncle, like I said, who used to talk, who didn't like black people feeling sorry for themselves. You got people in the South who tend to have a more entrepreneurial spirit. They feel that a lot of us up north, we talk a lot of talk, but we ain't really down for they ain't about to talk. They are, those who tend to have more of an entrepreneurial spirit. There's a lot of black Americans who say that, but you have not. The way he's exaggerating. You have not had this negative encounter with Haitians. You have been up in here talking about dusty hoteps who just talk and ain't doing nothing. You have been doing that yourself, basically calling black Americans lazy. You too have been talking like that. Tariq Nasheed. So cut that, please. It's one thing to address an individual, but he's not, he is addressing Haitians, period, and co-signing what she said. And he's talking about Haitians, period. When a minute ago you were talking like you had this respect. And don't tell me that Haitians broke your heart. You did this documentary for Haitians and now it's like, let's stop. And come on, let's just keep it real. We all know that more than likely it's true what they were saying with this woman, that her father, not only is her mother definitely not FBA, but I definitely believe there's truth to her father being Haitian, directly perhaps born in Haiti. And his, what's said to be his mother-in-law, quote unquote mother-in-law, supposedly doing advocating for Haiti. You know, some people may be kind of Jim Jonesy looking, but so there's a reason also. Why is it, you know, well, there's the obvious reasons why Tariq Nasheed has this, like, he had this admiration of Haiti, just like, well, his fascination with the Moors. I think that may be something else. But look at, he has his family, try to, you know, also blur their faces, but he got him in front of a painting, and this is, I believe, in his home, in front of a painting of the Haitian revolutionary Toussaint Louverture. So I would think when you go as far as putting a painting of someone on your, you know, that means you got a great respect. Maybe it was his wife's or his woman's. I definitely believe her father's Haitians. I remember when he made a point on how, oh, I have respect for the West Indies, and then he went into talking about his wife's background. So it makes sense. It makes sense, and people have provided some receipts to support that. So why is he? So how could y'all believe he doesn't really feel that about the Haitians? See, it's one thing if this is what you like. For instance, what I said with people like the Dane Callaways or the like the, well, more so 1,000 Go Ahead. I didn't really trip over him, even though I disagree on us being native and indigenous to the Americas. Even if the indigenous people all over the continent were melanated people. But the thing is with like 1,000 Go Ahead and maybe Dane Calloway, although he may be an Agent Plant too. But the thing is with them, I believe, well, I'm mainly thinking 1,000 Go Ahead. That's what they really believe. It's one thing if this is truly, truly what you believe, then I could disagree with you. We could debate on that, or I could express why it is that I disagree with you, but you know, at least I could respect that you're saying what you believe. What I really don't respect and I don't like, you have these people, they're saying stuff that they know they don't believe. They know that he knows that Megyn Kelly is just purely being racist. He knows that's all this is. Okay? Now, Moorish World TV, Tariq, and of course, I don't agree with him. I'm not with, you know, the Moorish science and all of that. And I know that he is a person who would reject the Bible. So, of course, there's things that I'd have to disagree with Tariq on. However, he has been doing some exposing, bringing stuff to, even more so to the attention. And as you know, Moorish World TV, oh, doggone, it may be too much time for me to, doggone it. I don't want to talk about this again, but I did want to still go into Yvette Carnell, but you know, I've been in here too long. Yeah, but yeah, he been exposing. Yeah, let me play some of what he's saying here. In the Tariq Nasheed, Yvette Carnell, and the government FBA ADOS scheme is over. I got it sped up a little bit. Fair use, fair use. Hope you're all right with me playing some of this. But yeah, eat the meat, spit out the bones. Just let me play some of what he's saying here. And this was from like a month ago.
Got the book called The Convenient Cop. Anybody familiar? Press F, anybody familiar with this? The highest ranking whistleblower in New York's NYPD history. A gripping insighting look at the complexities of modern policing and urgent need for reform. I mean, peep this game. This guy, Edwin Raymond. This guy, Edwin Raymond. You know what he did? You know what he did? This one, he broke the story that NYPD was targeting, quote unquote, African Americans and Latino Americans community to get a quota to lock our people up. He's Haitian. He's of Haitian descent. He's of Haitian descent. He's the one that came out and said, no, NYPD is instructing officers to lock up this many of quote unquote African Americans, this many of Latinos. And if you did not do it, you were ostracized. Let me just read this real quick. There's a new sheriff in New York City. Mayor Zoran Mamdani has appointed former NYPD Lieutenant Edwin Raymond as New York City Sheriff, calling him principled, courageous, and deeply committed to justice. Raymond replaces Sheriff Anthony Miranda, whom Mamdani fired this week. The mayor has not publicly provided a reason for Miranda's removal. Miranda, who was appointed sheriff in 2022, was previously investigated by the City Department of Investigation over his handling unlicensed smoke shop enforcement operation and cash seized during those raids. Today, the top officer is one of Haitian descent. This is how things work. Now, he was appointed, right? He was appointed. He was appointed. But because of what he did in public service, led to his appointment, and now guess who he can represent for? The same people that he defended and put it all on the line. He just didn't defend Haitians. He just didn't defend Haitians and put it all on the line. He defended Haitians. He defended Latinos. He defended what you would call you FBAs. Yeah. Make it make sense. Is this a tether you're talking about? Make it make sense. See, this we gotta understand. We gotta understand who's with us and who's not with us, and then move forward. Looking at somebody, whether they're European, whether they're Haitian, whether that's not enough today. You gotta look and see who's with us and who's not. I know a few Europeans, I believe in reincarnation. And I know a few Europeans that their heart is so straight on the up and up that I know that, man, I be saying to myself, man, that person coming back is us. I mean, with
well, I don't believe reincarnation, but
a good heart. That I believe that we got to return till we get it right. That's what I believe, that these cycles of life, we go, we come, we go, we come, we go, we come, and we got to get better and better and better until we reach the state of perfection. That's just my experience. Closing their eyes on this life and open its spirit, the perfected essence in which it was Europeans source in which they began their existence at the physical appearance and Haitians. I mean, listen, we'll go. At the end of the day, you got Haitians all over this country that's in power. And I'm using Haitian as an example for this presentation. Appointed commissioner of New York City Department of Finance. Do you feel me? These Haitians are in power. Somebody say that's so high school. Fafo, what's so high school? What's so high school? That we return back to the source in which we was originally designed? I believe we all must turn back to the, give a little brief example. Anyway, so I'll be high school. I mean, and also looking at looks as high school. Or, I'm sorry, trying to judge people. I tried to, I'm sorry, Fafo.
These trolls always got to be throwing us off.
People be coming for me, man. I thought you was, but they got things going on. This is a Haitian American, a Democrat from Brooklyn. I mean, that's right. Elected to the assembly. You follow me? This is a Haitian American, got a Democratic seat in Utah. Mia Love. I mean, this is a Haitian American, Carl Racine. You know what I mean?
I know that.
Former White House lawyer. What is the point I'm making about these Haitians? The point I'm making about these Haitians is that these people attack Haitians more than any other people. More than any other people. You follow what I'm saying? They attack the Haitians more than any other people. When in fact, I thought it was unique. I started saying, let me look this stuff up. And I just thought it was unique that the Haitians was moving and shaking. I mean, that the Haitians was moving and shaking. And they are the ones that are getting the brunt of the beating with this tether talk. It's either the Haitians or the Nigerians, if you will. And I'm looking around the political landscape. I'm saying these Haitians are moving and shaking. So what I'm saying is that while FBA is crying,
Where is Tariq?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what I'm saying is that while FBA is crying,
Where is Tariq getting all this cash?
While FBA is running around crying.
That was too funny. Don't take it. You know when Tariq is saying mocking the beautiful late Esther Rowe, okay? Esther Rowe, who he would just see as a tether, who actually, you know, because Good Times was just supposed to be a show, the spinoff of the show Maude, where old girl from Golden Girls, oh gosh, why can't I think of her name right now? You know, representing like that was kind of show that was kind of representative of the feminist, you know, the 70s. But yeah, Good Times was a spinoff of Maude, but they wanted Esther Rowe to be, you know, just a show about her and, you know, single as a single parent with her black kids in the hood. You know, also, you know, Eric Monty being the, you know, but Esther Rowe demanded that, you know, she wanted James Evans or John Amos's character, who was also in Maude, to be with her, that she wanted a father. She said, you know, I grew up with my mom and father. You know, she demanded, I wanted a black man. I wanted a father. And Good Times ended up becoming the first TV show with a black, where you got, you know, not just a single parent or widow or widower, or you got a black mother, father, and black children. Even if they were in the hood, it was still a moral. And you know how Tariq Nasheed got us looking at the Florida Evans character, because she didn't give in. She didn't allow her family to give in to immoral acts like gambling and stuff. But we supposed to look at Florida Evans character, who still stayed supportive of her husband and still believed in him. You know, he got us looking at, I'm not gonna lie, I used to kind of feel that way as a kid watching Good Times. Why don't she? Yeah, but see, because, you know, he about that hustle. So, of course, he's not going to respect the character. But even in consideration of Esther Rowe, she was okay with her character. Because, see, I know as a person who is from the projects, who is from Cabrini Green Project, I know that you cannot give in to the lures and temptations and the easy money, quick money schemes. A lot of people I know are dead now. In fact, my mother had a boyfriend, you know, well, that was actually before she was married, but, you know, they claim he was accidentally shot and killed. No, my auntie told me a whole different story, that he was shooting dice and he just had lucky streak, kind of. They claim it was an accident, but my auntie said and that's what they got my mama to believe, but my auntie claimed that was no accident. You know, so there was a reason. Also, I believe that's what contributed him. In fact, my mom's or my grandfather's death, gambling. These were things that were taking us out. I know we don't take it that seriously, especially when we consider like running numbers and all of that. That's been a part of it. But seriously, these things that we think were no big deal in the hood, you know, whether it be dice games. You remember that scene in Harlem Nights, where the man was about to stab Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy. You know, you had a lot of people losing their life over, you know, because these are things the scriptures warn us about: gambling, shooting dice, all that stuff. And because, you know, Florida usually would not give into that and doing any and everything for money. That's what I loved about Good Times. Even though they were in these situations, conditions, they stayed moral. And I know y'all think, oh, well, that's unrealistic. Why I got to be unrealistic, though? I think they set a great example. But anyways, that was kind of funny. Yeah, that's why I did another thing. He made me mad covering that Florida Evans character. That I love Esther Rowe, you know, despite her doing that psychic stuff. I have great respect for that actress, that woman. I kind of saw her like my mom.
Experience, if you will. And I'm looking around, is moving and shaking. And they are the ones that are getting the brunt of the beating with this tether talk. It's either the Haitians or the Nigerians, if you will.
Yeah, I have my theories behind why that is. You know, also consider, you know, because remember I talked about this not that long ago, and I'm not saying this to taunt other demographics of Black people. I'm not trying to taunt Black Americans. It's just like some people, when they were talking that, oh, Black women are most educated, there were some people taking that personally. And I think they were saying that too, like kind of taunt that Black man. You know, I know what was meant by that, but yeah, understand. I'm not trying to say anybody better than us. And like I said, I do believe that when we go, when people just come from other countries, especially if there's like forms of oppression, or whether it's educational, that I don't know, you have a thirst. Just like I think people of the United States who go to these other countries, we tend to have a more of a thirst, almost like you feel you have a new beginning, and so it may be seen as if the Americans who go live in the African continent, it may seem as if we're more productive than the natives, the native people who are there. You know, that some people may see, or even that we may be getting more favoritism. Who knows? But you know, well, I know if we were to really break it down, why it is that it seemed like you know, Blacks who are foreign. And but yeah, remember I was talking about this. You know, Nigerians are among the most successful immigrant groups in the United States. Along with, you know, like those, you know, East Indian and Nigerians up there, many of them popular in cities like Houston, Texas, and yeah. But you know, I have different reasons, and even like with this coming at Godfrey, consider how he has been going against, and I think it's more real with Godfrey against Vlad TV. Now notice how Vlad TV is back at Corey Holcomb. You best believe they're gonna be talking ish about Godfrey. You know, Vlad TV, one of them people. Maybe they feel Godfrey didn't bit the hand that fit him. It's more to it. You best believe, and they're not gonna stop with Godfrey, especially as he's grown in popularity. They're not gonna stop with him. It's not done. O'Shea is looking for any and every opportunity. People like him to go at Godfrey with this fake outrage. But anyways, and getting back on, yeah, that was funny. Where's Tariq getting all this cash? That was too funny. But yeah. But it's interesting, you know, like I talk about Morris royalty, he's been exposing. Now, you know, he ain't done no live streams of videos as of recently, but I say check these ones out. Some information, yeah. And of course, I don't agree with anybody on everything. Of course, I'm not on the exact same page as, you know, Tariq Bay, because being that we share different beliefs. But hey, if that's what he truly believes, you know, the things he believes, like in regards to, you know, the scriptures, okay, well, then it's just up to me to share what I believe or know and counter that. But I'm not going against the person necessarily. You know, I just don't want people lying to us. Now, it's one thing if you don't know or don't realize, and it's another thing when you're straight up lying. And what he has pointed out, like in this here, Tariq Nasheed loses. Okay, understand that, you know, things got legal with these two. All right. So, of course, you know that Tariq Bay has information. He would have some more, he could provide more receipts, being that things got on a legal tip with them. Do you understand? All right. And I noticed that some of the stuff that's being presented, Tariq has not really been able to fully dispute. Because trust me, he could claim that, you know, he's been slandered, right? So Tariq Bay, I believe that he had gave some information on Tariq Nasheed's attorneys. All right, his Tariq Nasheed's attorneys. And I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe him showing or giving a receipt, or I believe is information or evidence showing that at least one of his attorneys was affiliated with, was an attorney for Fox News or something like that. I'm like, whoa, that's interesting. And we all know, even though the same group of people that control the same sect of people who control MS or MSNBC, they also control Fox News. All right, but I'm just saying, I just felt that was interesting. How, if that's true, that one of the attorneys, when I guess he did his research, and if that's true, that Tariq Nasheed has attorneys who work for Fox, and of course, when we think Fox News, we think so-called right-wing conservative, even though they all have same puppet masters in the end. But like I said, red Edom, blue controlled opposition to Edom, but all working for Edom. And sometimes it may switch up. But yeah, so that's very interesting. It's interesting that initially he was linked with the progressive Michael Moore. But now, so is it surprising that he's getting these, shout outs from Tucker Carlson, and they were initially doing it? But you thought, just like, remember when you found out that George W. Bush and John Kerry, and they were both a part of the same secret society that was pointed out? Aren't you a member of the, even though you saw them as being on opposing ends, Democrat, Republican, but it's just a game of chess. They're just playing a game of chess. One represents the red, one represents the blue, but they come together in the end and come one big one purple. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. And man, I've run out of time because I really want to go and because I ain't want to talk about this no more. But I talk about this stuff for so long because I really wanted to go a little more on Yvette Carnell and even respond to someone saying, why didn't I mention this? That's Yvette Carnell there on the right. Looks kind of 90-ish, the hairstyle and all, but yeah, that would be something to know. How long ago was that picture? But we all change. Like, I've went natural, but yeah, once upon a time I was permanent up, weaving it up. But she looks rather beautiful. I'm not saying you got to have straight hair, and that's not the message I'm saying. I'm just saying she does look pretty here. That's Yvette Carnell. I'm just saying, what was I wanting to play? Yeah, what was he saying here? Hold on, give me a second.
After 7-Eleven. Hold. Name went under the stronghold. Came up into the modern age that most of you FBA are trying to describe yourself as a quote unquote red Indian, quote unquote red Native American.
Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to share. Well, okay, I'm not trying to, I'm not really trying to make fun of, how people look and all that. That's not really what yeah, but because I wanted to go more into now she does, like give an explanation in all fairness of what, she feels that this image of her with the MAGA hat is taken out of context. So in all, in Tone Talks explains it. So I want to be fair, but I am tired. And I've been up in here long enough. Dang gone. I wanted this to be the last one on the FBA and ADOS. But yeah, because I did want to go more into, well, let me see. Let me try to read something. Yeah, let me try to Now, wait. Let me just try. Let's see real quick. Let me just see. He tried to explain Tone Talks, Antonio Moore, who is partnered with, Yvette Carnell in the promotion and the movement that is ADOS.
More than any president in a long while. Obama.
Now because there's this image of her here wearing a MAGA hat, and of course that's questionable. Now, although she has been critical of the Democrats, you don't see her as, like I said, she's still very left presenting. That's why I felt like there was a need for Tariq Nasheed to co-op. But oh gosh, when I click on these things, it start freezing up. It's always towards the end. Excuse me, y'all. Y'all give me a sec. Okay. I think it's back in. I think things are back. Yeah, it kind of froze up for a second. Now, in all fairness, let's see if I can click out. All right. In all fairness, yeah, it's freezing up for a second. Let's see what he tried to explain with her wearing it says, Yvette Carnell tries to justify herself wearing a MAGA hat with Tone Talks. So in all fairness, yeah, but like I said, even though she herself and Tone Talks, they went against, yes, they were more vocal with the ADOS, or ADOS was more popular or popping around the time of you had Obama still in, and also early in Trump's presidency. But yeah, they need us to be more right-leaning now and understand that Yvette Carnell, as a woman who, whose lifestyle may be questionable, and considering she has an androgynous style, and yeah, despite the the criticism of the Democrats, and yeah, she was one of the initial people, questioning Obama's, background, was my president was black, like her, the idea that, and even though some people feel that she may be racially ambiguous herself, okay, I get it, but yeah, yeah, even so, like I said, the point that I was making is not about me trying to, I'm not really caring that much about her personal lifestyle. But the thing is, she is still more left presenting. Whereas Tariq Nasheed would be a better representative in promoting the quote unquote right. Do you understand what I'm saying? Despite them both being highly critical or becoming highly critical of the Democratic Party. And I'm not saying that they're not making points that we should not consider in regards to the Democratic Party, which Black people have been loyal to. Okay, at least when it comes to voting. Okay, so I'm not saying that they're not making points that isn't worth consideration. All right, but even with ADOS, because there's some people who feel, well, ADOS, Yvette Carnell, she had sincere intentions. And I will, in trying to be fair, share what was said here. With people questioning, with her wearing the MAGA hat.
Spoke to Reagan more than...
The following program is rated TVMA.
Spoke to Reagan.
Discretion is advised.
Understand Obama spoke to Reagan more than any president in a long while. Nobody accused Obama of being a right-winger. Understand that Cory Booker, to get something moving, did a deal with, I believe, Rand Paul to talk about criminal justice reform. Nobody called him a right-winger, rightfully so. But I don't understand how a woman in Yvette can be called a right winger for just thinking about talking about immigration. Somebody gonna say, well, joining the people board, and I think it is thinking about it. She ain't accept the dollar. Let's talk about that hat, Yvette. The Make America Great Again hat. What was hat? Look, it was look. I remember the show because I was talking to Yvette before the show. The show was about how we need to approach politics as Trump started going in. We need to be more alert, more aware, more connected to what we gonna do going forward. It was not a support of Trump. Yvette did not walk around the city with that hat on. Yvette didn't keep that hat on for the show. Shut up.
The only time I ever wore a hat was during the show. And you know what?
And you didn't wear it the whole show. It was like during the
I wore it
first.
for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
The funniest thing about that hat though is that like for the longest time I left the video up. I just took it down like 2 weeks ago because I always thought that when people went to watch the video, they would see, oh, she's not supportive of Trump. What happened though was the opposite. Instead of going to watch the video, people just went and took a lot of different screenshots from different angles. Nobody watched the hour and 47 minutes of the video to see that like she's talking about what you do in terms of politics. She's using that Trump hat to show like if he were to ever do anything, then you would approach politics and any politician by taking them on and taking them off. You don't support a politician. You support a politician not in general, but when they do something for you. That's what the prop hat was, and it was just fun. We laughed about it, we joked about it. I took it off, threw it away. That's just how it went.
She charged a small fee for you to hear me rap.
Okay, so Haven Bullets feel that, but I had to play that in all fairness because I understand how people can take something you say and just magnify that and take it. They do this with the scriptures, most definitely. Like servants obey your masters. They definitely do that and take it totally out of context. But when you read more into it and know what's really being said, so I do understand it. So in all fairness, now there are some people who believe that even if they don't totally or wholly agree with how ADOS or Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks go about things. There are people who do believe that they have sincere intentions. I do believe that people, like I used to work for a nonprofit Christian-based organization, and I also did volunteer work. And I'm sure if you were to look in the background, like I even had a job at City Hall. Yeah, it's hard to avoid. I remember when people were talking about Irritated Genie worked for Homeland Security. It doesn't necessarily mean that people are agents or, you may have sincere intentions. But like even with the nonprofit Christian organization that I was a case worker with, went from case coordinator to case manager. And it also helped me. And, I also did volunteer work and all of that. But if I were to look into the history, you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that there aren't people that don't have sincere intentions. It's very hard to avoid, like a lot of these corporations we may work for, we may not know that there's a history. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you never know that the founder might have been the racist, so like I wouldn't automatically just because A.O. Kamati, aka Irritated Genie, but we do need to look at these things though. We got to look at everything, right? We need to look at everything, all right? Especially if you start acting suspicious, but I'm not going to just look at that alone. Now, I do think that there are cases of people who may be plant agents and don't even know that they are being used. Don't even know. Now, some people could say that might have been the case with young Dr. Martin Luther King, who don't know that he was being used to integrate our people into a burning house, as he later put it. There's some people who disagree. Some people believe he knew all along that he was, and pushing, integration and, all that and assimilation. That's some people. Yeah, I do think that there's some people are agents of Satan and don't really realize they're being used by Satan. Okay, some people, like I've talked about this also with Tupac Shakur. I know a lot of y'all don't want to hear this, but with the thug life and all that, I definitely believe that he was used to mislead the youth and blur the lines between consciousness and thug life. Do you understand? But I don't even think Tupac Shakur was really aware of this. I really don't. Yeah, I know a lot of y'all may not agree with me on this. Because, I know we ain't supposed to say nothing bad about Tupac Shakur and that, But I believe that there are some people, like even Nipsey Russell, and they may have even been used as a sacrifice, even though they're being made into martyrs, and they don't even realize that they're being or have been used. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or been pinpointed, become this martyr, or used as an agent, or used to spread, be part of an agenda. Now, is that the case, let's say? With I don't know, you figure out. But the thing is, when you're doing stuff like putting on a MAGA hat and all of that, and and like in the case of Yvette Carnell, it makes you like, I have a sense of humor. Don't get me wrong, and she's saying like using it as a prop. Like, I even had to be careful with clickbaity videos. I remember it was a video I did. Black men are dead beats. It was in my early days in YouTube. And it was just a very short video. Actually, the title was clickbaity because I was showing, like white men and like Thomas, years of centuries of child support, not making excuses for those who actually are deadbeats. I'm just saying, if they would have clicked and watched the video, they would have saw what I see. I showed the hypocrisy of those, you know what I'm saying? I was going against white racist narratives and stereotypes against our people. But I realized, okay, there were people who just that title alone. So I was like, I gotta be chill with, using, and that was early in YouTube. Because there are some people they ain't going just the title alone gonna turn them off, and the topic title alone. Yeah, I can't say that I've looked as hard into Yvette and Antonio Reeve. I can't say that I've looked as hard, but from what I'm seeing, and first of all, when you're doing this, putting on a MAGA hat and all of that, that's like, putting on a KKK robe to make a point. It makes you come off now more so like an entertainer. Okay. Because Yvette Carnell, she doesn't shy away from being seen as an activist. Unlike Tariq Nasheed, I will say this. I have not heard her object to being referred to as like an advocate or activist or leader even. But see, the thing is, when you're doing stuff like that, I'm not saying that you can't have a sense of humor, or if you're trying to make some little point, it does come off, now people see, a little more as an entertainer. You know what I'm saying? Because this is something that's serious. There's no way that I would feel the need to put on, a KKK robe and hoodie to, you know what I'm saying, to try to make a point. You understand? Yeah. But you're saying Bayard Rustin wanted integration, but because he was the elders would not allow. Yeah. Yeah, but now to leave Kweli, I wanted to, but everything I do takes so long. If I do not, and being that I used to be a person who, in doing videos, I knew to make an outline and to be a little more prepared, but that was for videos, for editing. But me, I'm not the best at live speaking, so I know I can be long and drawn out. Especially believing that I've got that extra time now that I'm not outside. I'm working outside the home, so I can make this like my 8-hour job if I wanted to. But I have to be careful all that talking. Well, I got the time now because we don't know what time we got. Okay. Yeah, so I need to chill with some of that. But yeah, I wanted to this why ADOS is trash, receipts are trash. Now Talib Kweli, used to be with Most Def and the rapper hip hop, and I do believe that he may have a West Indies background, I think. But he has an article and it's shared at medium.com. Why ADOS is trash, receipts are attached. Just showing you guys here. I wanted to read into this, but I don't want to take up too. And yeah, there were things also that I didn't realize that Yvette Carnell said that I felt that she's a little, whether or not I totally agree with her or her way of, I didn't have really anything like against her like that. Trying to overlook her choice of style and all that, and the androgyny, and try not to look so much into, whatever her lifestyle is. Yeah. No, actually, What you saying? What picture looks photo? No, she was actually, now this picture here. Hold on, this is Photoshop that where it removed. But no, she actually was with the MAGA hat, and she explains it. If that's what you're talking about. But she like explains it. Yeah, I just played what she claimed she was actually doing, and she only had it on for a minute. Like you know how a person may do something for clickbait. So I tried to be fair, but what I want to share, but I don't know if I'm gonna get around to it because I was tired. But yeah, also, now this is from the Institute for Sound Policy, publicpolicy.org. ADOS galvanizes over immigration and reparations. Now, how did this whole thing that was supposedly for reparations, how did the focus become more about immigration? Now, of course, initially it made sense that, okay, like I said, now, like I said, from when I first learned, the ultimate focus of the ADOS movement was the pursuit of old reparations to those who are the descendants of those who were enslaved in what is now the United States of America, my people. And like I said, and the intentions, it sounded all good, okay? But like I said, I would want for all Black people who descend from those who were enslaved in the Americas, which include North and South America. I want us all to receive some sort of reparations. I mean, why would I not? But again, I understand that we might, have to focus on one group at a time. All right. And, we got to, like I said, it's expected that an immediate family would, focus on their immediate family first before extending help and assistance to their extended family. So I was like, okay, it's understandable, because anybody could jump and say, well, I'm Black American. Okay, so I can understand. Okay, again, so I didn't trip because I believed initially, or I want to believe that those who were promoting the hashtag ADOS, I wanted to believe that sincere intentions for our people. And why would I stop them and what they're doing, especially if I'm not participating? But like I said, there were things that became questionable with her and Boyce Watkins and falling, of course I got to look at that. I understand what you're explaining, Reef. I'm just saying from what I was saying, like, why is it all these people falling off of Boyce Watkins, So of course, when I, within your own grouping, if I see all this disunity and stuff, I can't help but question things. But yeah, especially if I feel, because there's people up in here that I've been cool with and I've disagreed with, especially when it comes to my spiritual beliefs, but I can never really find where we're just like on these straight up opposing ends, or we hate each other now or something, Now, usually that's them coming at me, nobody up in here, anybody, like recently with this emancipation person feeling this need to disrespect me, she cannot say that I came at her. When I'm cool with somebody and got your back, and anybody from the Black sector, I dare them to say that I turned on them. When I had your back, I had your back. And if I do feel that I may have said something maybe a little insensitive, like in the case of Frank, I apologize. Like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I was not giving much consideration to your experience, even when I feel I haven't said anything wrong. But just I'm okay with apologizing. But yeah, when I see how things happen, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, with Francis. Now, it's one thing if you disagree with somebody else. Like somebody showed some stuff about Farrakhan. Yeah, and I had found, some things Farrakhan did say and, do that I can't agree with. But I'm not one for dissing. I don't feel the need to diss Farrakhan. Just like I would not diss Bill Cosby like that. But there are some things I was saying, Yeah, I gotta, so. But we gotta understand, it's nobody we're gonna agree with 100%. But when we still, I think, to a degree, need to be on code. Why would I feel the need where I gotta be straight disrespecting Marcus Garvey? Even with Jesse Jackson, there's no need for me to. I'm not finna get up in here talking about how I feel. This and that. But when there are some people, they obvious, and plus he's gone now, and he's not really influential. So what's the point? But there are some people. I'm looking at these people who are hella influential now. But we do need to point out some things in the past, some people who were questionable in the past, because so things don't repeat. Yeah, now it's easy for us now that we got the information. Oh, that person was COINTELPRO, but back then people didn't know that. So y'all think the same thing? You think that still ain't in effect? But yeah, yeah, so if somebody's questioning me, how come you didn't mention this about the people who, trust me, can you let me get to it? All right, let me get to it, because he's saying that the people who slandering, somebody left a post, why ain't I exposed the money taken from Russians, the people that's exposing, something like that. I like, let me get around to it. Don't think that I'm overlooking. Okay. And also, you may be pointing out something that I'm not aware of as of yet. Before you question me, why don't you talk about what the information I am presenting to the person who questioned me on, oh, why ain't you with the people that look? The bottom line is, if they were able to bring certain receipts, and I'm not saying that I totally agree with everything, but there are things, especially when you've said certain things that are questionable. I got to give it consideration. Now, what you're presenting to me, something about the people who actually went against Yvette Carnell, you didn't say nothing about how they didn't. First of all, how do you know I even know about this? Before you question me, at least you could give first. Why don't you share that information with me first before questioning me as if this is something I already know about? But even so, maybe I haven't got around to that. What you're trying to present to the person, you know who you are. So I still feel like I need to address that, but I ain't gonna be able to today. So yeah, there is a lot. I really don't want to talk about this no more because it's draining me. This is all taking longer than I thought. But yeah, trust me, you best believe that I'm gonna be reading and doing my research. I've done reading and some research. Yeah, not to mention there is stuff that you guys have shared with me and I ain't been able to get around to, like Mr. Caden. That's another reason I want to move on. Because there's some more interesting stuff to discuss. But yeah, this is what's popping. So this is what's the popular narrative. So we got to address it, because this popular narrative that's going around YouTube and social media, I think it's hella dangerous. I didn't think I would see this as being just as, if not more dangerous than what the rhetoric of the Soto Nation. And that pains me to say that. But a lot of these people who we saw as, even if we didn't totally roll with them like that, they're really deceiving us under the guise of pro-blackness. Or just representing supposedly black culture, whether it's hip-hop, just like what Truth Unedited was pointing out. But yeah, also the link with Yvette Carnell, progressives, what's the name of and John Tannen. Now this was something I actually kind of learned a couple of years ago. But I guess I kind of put it aside thinking, well, if we were to look at the background of some certain corporations and conglomerates that we may have worked for, we may, that's me making excuses, but this is something to consider. Especially considering that she said certain things I wouldn't have expected for her to say. You understand what I'm saying? Like what you're pointing out with Frances Cress Welsing. And, when you see them going on these kind of extreme tips, especially when it didn't seem like they were like that initially. And that's what I'm saying too. These people who have just totally. But then what the funny thing is, she believes that Tariq Nasheed co-opted what she's doing. So what if it's a thing of Yvette Carnell? Maybe she has been used, but don't realize that she's been used. She's also, you know what I'm saying, don't realize. Whereas perhaps Tariq Nasheed, he knows that he's being puppeted. But I know y'all not buying that. And I can't say that I'm totally buying that either. But I'm trying to give consideration to that. Because I do think that some of us may be used and don't realize it. Like, or even just used by Satan. Like, who knows? Times that I've been up in here talking on hip hop, this and that, or you know what I'm saying? I may not realize that I was, in a sense, being used and glorifying. That's why now I find myself feeling guilty more and more. As much as I want to talk about music and culture, this and that. Yeah. Like, I feel like, yeah. And you know what also really bothers me? This is what's really pissing me off. Why you think also I'm talking about this? There are people I have suggested that y'all check out their channel and this and that. And I've just like how once upon a time, even with Tariq Nasheed and the message one, like, oh my gosh, like, do you know? Like, I had to just tell my niece about the Minister of Wellness, and now he has just totally flipped. You know, I was telling people, please check out, you know, people I knew having health issues and things like that. I want you to check out Minister of Wellness. Check out, you know, supporting him monetarily. And then for him to like totally flip, even though he called himself Minister of Wellness, now he's speaking against the Bible. I overlooked the fact that he used to be a cop. I overlooked that stuff. You know, but that don't mean that the information on, you know, how we should eat and stuff, it doesn't mean it was necessarily wrong, okay? Because even like in the case of wise King Solomon, you know, we still consider the book of Proverbs. And I do believe that before he passed, he hopefully, I believe, turned back to Yah. But he definitely fell off and ended up misleading, being very influential in the occult after marrying all these foreign women. He definitely fell off. But that's what really bothers me when I find out that there were certain people. It's been a couple people that I like the Alzheimer action, and then for them to do this straight up flip after I recommending when their channel got removed. Oh, y'all need to, you know. And it makes me feel like I've been used in a sense. Nobody made me do, but you know, I understand people may change their mind, they may change their position. But no, these people ain't. No, you can't tell me. You can't tell me. They haven't had this awakening. Like even with thoughts, counteraction, you're gonna tell me now all of a sudden you want to question. And I notice, yeah, you're gonna tell me now you want to question Abraham and Isaac, and you didn't before think, oh, wow, this sounds, you know, this story is now all of a sudden these things you want to question. Y'all intelligent. That's telling me that y'all were plants all along. That's what it's telling me. Okay, so Adam Guidry, you're saying I don't agree with Yvette on a lot of things. One thing about the sister I respect, she generally wants the problems in our community to be solved. Okay, so that's what you believe. Okay. That's what I'm wondering. Now, in the case of Yvette Carnell, could it be a thing of we just disagree with how she's going about things and she's not necessarily or knowingly like part of some sinister agenda or just take the bag? Do you really believe that she's just saying what she truly believes? Do you understand what I'm saying? Even if I may disagree with her on the immigrants and this and that. Even if I may feel that things that she's saying is not going to be beneficial in unfairly targeting. But I'm going to tell you, especially when we're talking YouTube, I feel that even with Umar Johnson, I don't see why everybody is so with him. Of course, there's things I don't totally agree with Umar on, but I don't really see him as, you know, I didn't donate to the school. I didn't do, but you know what? Now I definitely see, you know, somebody who I did used to lend and honor. Oh, I definitely now believe with him. Yeah, he another one. Straight disappoint me. Lend and honor. I still can't, like, please don't tell me. Don't tell me that he was perhaps lying about his child being ill. I don't even like talking about it because I cried about that. That affected me personally. I cried about that. Yeah, yeah, that's I see. I gotta agree with you, but I don't know. Maybe some people. I see. Yeah, see, I'm feeling you, Mr. Blame Life. That's what I'm saying. How is all of this a target? You know what I'm saying? This ain't really. It's really just, especially considering I'm gonna have to go directly to the things that, yeah, the posts and stuff that she shared. You can't tell me that she don't see this as being not helpful. And I just would not expect for her to have said certain things. Okay, you're saying if her stance is reparations, how can immigrants be included in that? But why are they so focused on? Can we first? Why be so? Why so focused on that? That has become more of the focus. Should these that have we even got our foot in the door? Why has immigrants become such a focus? I'm gonna tell you, if I were to say the only immigrants who I could say had more of a direct effect, or at least in the last couple of decades, now we could take it back to the Irish, but now you do have, like, when it comes to our livelihood and stuff, I can understand. Like, for instance, you do have, and I'm not really one for going at Latinos or anything, but being that I used to be a case manager, I did witness the more direct discrimination that they will do when they get in certain positions. I'm talking more specifically Mexicans. I have witnessed this in certain communities, because we can say that there are these communities where you do have Latinos in positions where they do have, being that there are actually more of them in this country than us. And I've witnessed where they get in a position, like, let's say at a franchise. It can be like for instance, on the west side of Chicago, there was this Long Gone Silver in a predominantly black area. A lot of the Latinos came from, like, Cicero, Illinois, just west of it. But once one person got in a position, a managerial position, a hiring position, ended up hiring nothing but their people. And they feel that it's okay for them to straight up. Now, it's one thing if it's a family-owned business, like a Mexican restaurant, like an Italian restaurant, but this is a franchise. And I talked about with my McDonald's experience. That is something that I have witnessed, And I feel from, like, I just recently, but trust me, I would never approve of ICE and what they're doing. They just had these two incidents where the two fathers, one in front of his 3-year-old child, unalived by absolute. There is no way in hell I would support ICE and what the hell they doing. Why? No decent human being would be okay with that. And I think it's bogus how they did this, where they flooded, like, for instance, areas of Chicago, black areas with Latino immigrants, like from Venezuela, and then just so they can come in, and you understand, with the whole, when you consider Hegelian dialectic, I think that shit is bogus. I do understand black people and our concerns, like many jobs that brothers had in construction work, especially when you had some years ago. What was that, 20 years ago? You had the guy saying, we're taking the jobs. He was like a Mexican or something that black people don't want. Says who? There are black people who still need these service positions. There are still those who are, many representing the quote unquote working class. Who are you speaking for? Yeah, so I do understand how that's been a concern. But I can't say that I have been witnessing this, and don't get me wrong, I know, like, on the north side of Chicago, these Ethiopian-owned restaurants, and yeah, but notice, black immigrants are the primary target. They are not the one. They are not. Yeah. We have the examples of Nigerians and people doing very well, but they are not the ones. that a lot of our people are encountering as supposedly, unless we want to talk Hollywood and what Samuel Jackson was. But even with that, this is not this issue that they're making it out to be. And most of these Black immigrants are immigrants from the West Side who are descendants of those who were enslaved in the Americas. So why should they not, if they are United States, why should they not be considered? Those of Jamaican descent, Haitian descent. Why should they not be considered? Y'all can disagree with me on that, but come on, we ain't even got our foot in the door. I mean, right. Okay. But I gotta look more into that with Yvette. Just a little more. I'm like, why is, and I'm sorry. The things, the statements being said, like I said, I think that, and okay, and what I said, going back to, title of this video, assimilation. Some people say, well, Nasheed, for you, like with your McDonald's story, even though with me wearing that hairstyle, that was just me in the late 90s, how I wore my hair. Okay? I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm perfectly assimilating. Yes. Was I influenced by Western world culture? Yeah, obviously, since birth. Well, I wasn't thinking, oh, I got to have my hair like this to get a job. No, I wasn't thinking that at all. And like I said, if a girl gonna tell my story over there in the golden sphere, since you want to keep talking about my story, see, I could tell your story and really expose. But I talked about that for a reason. This wasn't a thing of, oh, I overlooked. I didn't care as long as my so-called, she trying to make it like light skin privilege worked or whatever. No, you didn't get what was being said. And that was on purpose because you're deceptive like that. Like how you were on my panel and all these Black girls went against you, which was a lie and I had to expose it. I wouldn't say nothing. Tariq Nasheed, you can't tell me that he was not inspired by ADOS and the ADOS movement. They will admit it being a movement. Because also with the FBA, it was also supposedly the driving force behind concocting the term, supposedly was behind the pursuit of reparations. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And if you notice, there's a reason why they're being addressed together. And they both of these hashtags is around the same time. Come on now. Of course there's you gotta, this is around the same time. Oh boy. Be clicking on this again and it's not working. Trying to click on this image and let me leave it alone because it's gonna freeze up again. Try to click on. But if I do decide to get around to this again, I'm tired of talking about this stuff. To be honest. Oh gosh, I hope that you guys can hear me. I think it's freezing up again. But let me shut this down. I was tired. I will get back to y'all later. Ooh, it's peace and quiet in this house. Y'all can y'all hear me? Press 1 if you can, because I see it's freezing up, but at the same time, yeah, I was trying to click on. I think it's back. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to eventually, maybe next week, read something on the ADOS, Yvette Carnell, But one other thing I want to address. Oh, shade, dude, I can't stand him. Oh, I can't stand him. I can't stand O'Shea Jackson. He is such a messy one. I can't stand him. I really can't. He has no shame. I can't stand gossipy people like that. He has no shame. No shame. And he'll act like he, just like even with Tariq. You know what I mean? He was like trying to come at Tariq then next thing he kissed it. I can't stand people like that. I really can't stand messy people like him. Yeah, and I think Godfrey's cool. I don't agree with him on everything, of course not. But I think he's cool. Chicago brother. I don't care what anybody say. Unlike I accept him any day over damn Corey Holcomb. You didn't grow up and was raised in the projects, Robert Taylor homes. Dude, you was in Edgewater since 1982, around that time. Yeah, I've done the research. You went to Sin High School. I know about Sin. Yeah, you was in Uptown Edgewater. Sin High School for sure in Edgewater. Look up the class of 82, Sin High School. Don't get me wrong. Don't be fooled. I know about how the North Side that became, but that's yeah, he talks about this raising Robert Taylor. Yeah, you were born. Yeah, that may have been your original from your childhood, but come on now. Yeah, he ain't been. Corey did cut off from Chicago years ago. Cut off from Chicago, and apparently to his Chicago baby mamas. He's been in sunny California. Okay, whereas Godfrey that's been like 20 years. Well, a little over 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I actually, seen him in Chicago and met him. But he was cool. It's so funny. I agree with him on everything now. But he cool. He was just so down to earth. Yeah, so I definitely see him as more of a Chicago brother, regardless of where his parents were born. I definitely Chicago Evo brother way more than Corey Holcomb. But don't get me wrong, Godfrey, he said some stuff too that I can't say I totally agree with. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I have not known of, just like with Cynthia G, I knew them after, it was through Boyce Watkins that I knew of Yvette Carnell and eventually Cynthia G and Michi X. I think I noticed Paris Milan on YouTube before. Dina Jacobs, now I knew her before she got on Boyce's platform. But that's the thing. That's why we got to be careful the people that we allow to share our stage with. I just know it's like just about all of them. Vicky Dillard. They all like kind of fell off with, But anyways, y'all enjoy the rest of your day. 4 hours is long enough to be talking on this. And I know I made a lot of the same points I already made, but sometimes you got to stress stuff over and over again because I noticed that people forgot stuff that was said just last year. People forgot, like with this Dennis Sperling dude, people forgot how he was talking just 2-3 years ago, or they choose to forget. Red Supreme, so it's almost like you got to stress certain things over and over again. But I sure am tired of talking about this. But y'all, I'll get back with y'all later. Yeah, because it's getting draining now. And it's hot. Chicago's hot. I got to get the hell out of this room. But much peace and much love, family.